RTX.
Oops, there we go. What's up, everybody? Got like 3 different power buttons to enable audio. So, how's everybody doing this fine Saturday evening? Saturday. I don't know why I said that weird. Saturday evening.
There we go. What's up, everybody?
Whoops. I'm also watching my own stream because I was sending something over. Okay. There we go. Reverb like a mofo. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope I got some of you guys from last night on my unboxing for this build here tonight to watch me attempt to put this computer together. I have not built a PC in about 20 years. There's a lot of things different with PCs now. So I got my instruction manuals for any questions I have. I know the basics of a PC. I know how they go together, how they operate, but there might be a couple little things here or there that I am man enough to admit as I go along. I may need to refer to some of these manuals just for like one little thing here or there, because, you know, shit's different, and I don't really give a shit. I don't need to call myself an expert. I have the knowledge base to do this, and I just have reference manuals just in case. Real quick, I am sending... My daughter is running around upstairs or something. She's supposed to be in bed. Jesus Christ, when she runs around the house, it sounds like fucking Bigfoot running around. But anyway, she's only 7, but you would think a grown-ass, like, tribe of men were running around up there. But, yeah, anywho, I am sending this over real quick to all my platforms to say, hey, come watch. She just ran down the stairs, I heard her. I was making sure which stairs, if it was the upstairs stairs or the coming down here stairs. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. If anyone was wondering, what am I doing here? Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I went stupid for a minute. What new pin chat? Pinning chats is not new. Why did my chat just say, "Hey, new thing, you can pin your chat"? That's not anything new. Check out my gaming channel. So per usual, I am streaming this on my main channel, my new gaming channel, and my Twitch channel, both which Twitch and my gaming channel I am trying to grow a bit. There we go. There's a at the top of my main channel, those of you that know that's where I get most of my views, you will see a link to my gaming channel if you're interested in checking said channel out. Alrighty, I see Nick is here. I'm just here for the free margaritas this time. It was beer the first time, water the second time. Now we're back to alcohol with margaritas. Well, sir, I do not have any alcohol this evening, especially when I'm going to be doing all this technical stuff. Don't want to fuck anything up. I'm worried that I'll fuck something up on my own. But, you know, I got water and coffee. So if you'll let that substitute for margaritas, then you're welcome to stay. Let's see. So we're going to jump into this thing pretty quick because it takes a while to build a PC. Notably, the most tedious and time-consuming part of all of it from memory would be the hooking up all the wires and hiding cable management, rather. Now, there is a caveat to this whole thing. For those of you that have been tuning in for the past couple of nights or for over the past week, as I bought this shit online, had it shipped to me, and then the saga of my PC, unboxed it last night, and now I am building it. Said caveat is that no, last night, I unboxed everything. Yes, I unboxed everything. And I said last night, well, my GPU is in Montgomery, which is about 30 minutes from here. That is the main hub where all UPS deliveries go. And then the very next day, because it went there yesterday, the very next day, early in the morning, it usually says out for delivery. I get it midday. Okay, so I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I got there at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, arrived in Montgomery, so it will be here Saturday afternoon. I'll unbox. That is the only part I didn't have to unbox last night. I'll unbox it tonight, and then I'll put it all together. Guess the fuck what? Didn't come. It's not here. It's still in fucking Montgomery. It's at the UPS place. UPS is real weird about delivering on Sunday. I highly doubt they're going to deliver it to me tomorrow, so it'll probably be Monday. It says by Wednesday, whatever the hell that, well, I guess that means by Wednesday, but surely that's not going to sit in Montgomery for like half a week before they send it to me. So, yeah, so tonight we're building the entire PC except for the GPU, which is not really that big of a deal because even after it's not like I'm going to put it together and then turn it on and like jump right into gaming or something. I got to load the OS and the BIOS and all the, or not the BIOS, but the drivers and just do all kinds of shit, the tweaking and everything before I even get started with that. So the majority, putting a GPU in, by the way, for those of you that don't know, is literally just click. I mean, there's a couple of other little things, you plug some shit in, but GPU is one of the easiest parts. It's like RAM. It is one of the easiest parts in the whole build to put in. So we're doing all the other stuff tonight. That's the stuff that really takes time. And when I get this thing, I'll probably just, maybe I might do another stream. I don't know if I'm going to do a stream to plug a fucking GPU in. It is what it is. There's nothing to it. So as soon as I get it, I'll just unbox it myself and plop it in there, set up, get the OS and all that stuff. And then hopefully I'll have a stream where I show off, here's how it runs. And hopefully it runs. I feel fairly confident in that. Joshua Valhos, I believe is how you pronounce that, says good luck. And for whatever, your next message is cut off. I don't know. It looks like it says elbow cough. Okay. I didn't do elbow cough like that. Good luck. Yeah. But, thanks for coming and hanging out, Joshua. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully we get a few more people like we did last night and the night before to join me on this journey as I do this thing on this table over here. I'm kind of I'm nervous about getting started because I haven't done this in so long, but I know PC, so it's not a problem. Anywho, I think it's just because this shit costs so much fucking money. I spent so much money on this stuff that I'm like, what if I screw it up? Hope I don't, but got to put it together. So. Let me see. I feel like there was something else. Maybe that's it. Is that it? Oh, as last night, I know I had this issue the past, not the stream before last, but last night I had the issue, and then I had it a stream ago. Prior to that, for whatever reason, my router is acting up. I still haven't gotten the company out here to replace it. So if suddenly, in the middle of this build, my stream just goes dead, I'll be right back. That means I got to go reset my router. I don't know why it does this. Randomly, it just decides you're not going to do this anymore. And it's more prominent. I mean, it's only done it twice, but it happens when I stream for some reason. It happens other times sometimes, but that's why I have a service ticket in. So if in the middle of it I'm just talking and it like freezes and goes away, that's what happened. It has made me like restart a stream at some point. So if like the stream goes away and then it said if it like says that the stream is over, like it's done, there will be another stream with the exact same, like a copy paste stream that's going to start up in like within 5 minutes. So please come back and hang out. But anywho, let's jump into this thing. Nick, what's up, by the way? I know I saw you. I read your comment, but I didn't say hey. So yeah, let's jump into this thing. We tonight are buying. We already bought it. I tonight am building a i9 12900K. Well, I'm not building this part of it, but a RTX 3080 Ti system. It's a full ATX with 32 gigabytes of DDR5. Yes, I know I wanted to go with 64, but that was almost $1,200. So we opted during the buying spree I did last weekend to just do the 32 gigabytes of DDR5. And DDR5 is supposed to be so badass that we'll see if that 32 gigabytes can do everything I need. You can always upgrade more DDR or more RAM later on. RAM is as easy as click, click, and I probably will do that at one point, but hopefully I can hold out for about 6 months. This 32 gigabytes will get me by, and I can get the same kit, this same 32 gigabyte DDR5 kit for at least a couple of $100 less. I mean, this kit was $600. Holy fuck, it's expensive. Got a 2 terabyte NVMe M.2 drive for all my main components, OS and whatnot. A 4 terabyte SSD for all the other stuff, for video editing and, you know, all the videos that I have for my channel and whatnot. ROG Strix 360 cooler, ROG Strix Z690-E gaming, or not games, motherboard, ROG Strix Thor 1200 watt 80 plus platinum power supply. We have the case we looked at the other night, which is from Cooler Master. I'm looking at all the parts, but they're on the other side of this table. I'm sure I missed something, but yeah, lots of parts, lots of high-end shit. $7 grand in all. So looking forward to seeing this thing put together, and some pretty wires and stuff like that. Joshua asks, is this your first PC build? You know, almost, Joshua. You could almost call it that because it's been so long. Last time I built a PC would have been around 2000, early 2000, real early 2000s was the last time I did it. I used to be really big into PCs and building my own rigs and tweaking them and all that, and very much into PCs in the late 90s or in the mid to late 90s. I was really hardcore into it. And then in the early 2000s, the last one I did was around that time. This is a different fucking world we're in now. Like, PCs now, the shit that we have to put in these PCs, I've had a PC since then, but it was pre-built. I had no desire to build a high-end PC. Right now, like what this stream's running on is a R5. It's a Ryzen 5 or a 7. It's either a high-end 5 or a low-end 7. But it's whatever it is. It's a Ryzen chip, AMD, with a GTX 1660 Super, and 30. I'm running 32 gigabytes or 64. I think I'm running 32 gigabytes of DDR4. Pretty sure that's 4, yeah. And you know, I don't have like a radiator or anything in here. I don't need that. You know, it's got all the pretty lights and shit. It's just a pre-built. It's been doing what I needed it to do, but here recently there's been some things, especially with my new gaming channel. I mean, it edits video great. You can always render faster and have better, smoother process than that, which I'm hoping this will definitely do, but which is my main job. But as far as like on my gaming channel, I've been trying to do a lot of mixed reality VR content. And when it comes to that, you have to run so many programs simultaneously, and there's so much that the computer is very demanding to do mixed reality. Or like, you know, that's where like I'm playing a VR game, and instead of like seeing it from my perspective, the camera's pulled back and you see physically me inside the game. There's a couple of videos, some rudimentary videos of it on my channel, on the gaming channel. There's a link at the top of the chat. Like Beat Saber's really popular for it, Pistol Whip, things like that. But there's a lot of other games, and I can do Beat Saber, I can do Pistol Whip, those more simple games. But when it comes to something like Blade and Sorcery or Sinuous Sacrifice, or, you know, much more graphically intensive games, my computer's just like, you can maybe do this, you can maybe play the game, but to play the game in mixed reality and stream it, fuck you, I'm not doing that. The computer just won't do it. Like, I tried Blade and Sorcery, which runs a little, I mean, it's playable, but it's kind of, because that's a very intensive game. It uses up a lot of your GPU, CPU, just everything. That game is heavy. And, but you try and do it in mixed reality, I couldn't, it was unplayable. And streaming just was out of the question. But, no, it's not technically my first PC build, but it's been so long. It's almost like I'm a born-again virgin when it comes to this shit. So I have a good knowledge of it all, but like I have a radiator I'm putting in this thing. Never done that. Radiators just weren't a thing when I was building PCs back in the day. Radiators are something like hardcore modders made, and they built them out of like aquarium pumps and like heater cores from cars and shit. You know, I wouldn't do anything like that. I was buying off-the-shelf parts and putting them together. This, you know, this isn't on like I don't think I've never put a chip into like a processor into a motherboard. Back in the day, you just bought the motherboard, and I mean, you could, I'm sure, but the ones I had worked on, the chip was already on the motherboard. It was part of it, started on. So, you know, yeah, there's going to be some new shit here to me. So a lot of this is new. I'm more concerned with, I mean, I understand PC lingo and where everything plugs in and how all of it works, but I might need to refer to the manual on a couple of things as to like, where is this, you know, what bus is this, et cetera, just to make sure I get everything in the right place. But all right. Actually, you guys hang on just 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Had a visitor. Wanting to watch Encanto or something. I don't know. Anyway, Sierra Arnold is here putting some weird shit in here. I still don't. Does anybody in here know what this shit means? Anybody who's on the YouTube side of things right now? This like VOR.RED. I get these weird things in my stream sometimes. Hey, I see somebody's over at Twitch. How you doing, whoever you are over at Twitch? These weird, it's like, I don't know if it's spam or I have no idea what these mean. I mean, you can't click on them, so I don't know what the point of it is. But anywho, let's jump into this shit. We're going to switch camera angles. Do I have everything I need? I think so. Boop. Alrighty. Here's the table. Yeah, it's an end table. Sue me. But here's our ROG Strix 7690E. The E is something special, extreme, I guess. I don't know. Gaming Wi-Fi. I love when they put that gaming on everything. Like, I mean, this is... It's a fucking motherboard, man. It's gaming or not. They do the same fucking thing. Anyway, this is for the 129K chipset, the new i9s. Or new, not new i9s, but the new 129K i9s. As of right now, I'm pretty sure this is, not this, but the 129K is the fastest Intel chip that you can get right now. So this should be fairly future-proofed, which is what I am looking for. Now, I unboxed this last night, of course, which we're not going through all that again. But just like last night, as I did last night, I reboxed. It was an unboxing and a boxing all at the same time. Take all that, set it aside. Close our box back up and use this as our little workspace because this cardboard's a little nicer than the actual hard table. Okay. I think I put this in backwards last night. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I guess actually the whole purpose of putting it on this box is so I move the box. But there's our motherboard. As beautiful as she is, she's a beautiful thing. So, of course, this is where our CPU is going to go, and yeah, I got to peel all this plastic and shit off. I think I need to look real quick. I know this is one of the M.2 drives, but I think there's another one up here closer to the GPU. Maybe it's right here. I need to see which one is considered slot 1 because that's where I want it to go. First of all, let's get all this fucking, all the plastic. ROG or ROG is really, I don't want to say bad, but they're known for putting a lot of plastic like all over their components and stuff. Come on. It's not coming off. There we go. That's pretty. Yeah, this thing lights up like everything on this thing. This whole computer's got like 50,000 lights on it. This is something you really want to make sure that you do when you are building any rig, is you want to make sure that you get all, they put plastic on everything nowadays, and you just want to make sure you get all that plastic off because it could heat up and cause issues if you don't. I know that sounds like, well, duh, no shit, but you'd be surprised. I've heard of people not doing that or missing something. And like I said, there's a lot of plastic on these things, so you just want to make sure you get it all. Oh, see, there's another one. I mean, this is on the back, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm still going to go ahead and peel it off. As I mentioned last night, this one of the things I was wanting out of the motherboard that I got was a Wi-Fi 6 capable motherboard.
Something's not right. Wait
okay.
A few minutes
Google Home saying some shit
again.
to me.
You can also try unplugging your device and plugging it back in.
I didn't even say anything. I don't even use that thing. I need to unplug it. It goes off randomly all the time. Anyway, I wanted a Wi-Fi 6 capable device because I do a lot of VR, and I'm doing more and more VR content now, and I wanted to make sure that the next generation of VR headsets, and that's what I will probably be buying. Again, the reason I haven't upgraded for this generation, I'm still on the Vive. I mean, I have like a Quest 2 and Odyssey, but the reason I haven't upgraded to a little bit more recent headset was because I want wireless. The headsets I have, with the exception of the Odyssey, are wireless. I guess I have a Rift. I don't ever use it though, but they're wireless. I even have a wireless mod on the on my Vive, which is my main headset. And it's not that I can't get one. I could get one. I'm not, because I just don't want to go back to a wired headset. So ideally, the next generation is going to be wireless, they say. Everyone's assuming. And if they do that, it will most likely be through Wi-Fi 6. And because it's capable of doing it with not losing any if much resolution. So that's why I wanted to make sure I was ready for that. If it does come, I want to be sure that I am capable of getting that Wi-Fi, those new Wi-Fi headsets. Or wireless headsets. I think we're probably just going to need a Philips. So let's store that down there. Okay, so I'm going to check and make sure all our plastic is off. That's going to pop off when we put the GPU in. I do want to check something real quick. I know it's early and I'm already checking the manual, but I only want to check because we're going to go ahead and put in our RAM, our M.2, and our processor. You want to do all that stuff in advance, and then we're going to move on to putting this in the case, and then we'll do the I/O from there, the radiator from there, and the fans, and running all the wires, and et cetera, and plugging everything in and all that. But before I do that, I want to make sure, I know that Asus, and most companies are like this, they like you, let me see here, aha, see there it is, they got it on the board, that's good. You are not supposed to, when you put RAM in, like you see I have 4 slots here. So if I'm only using 2, I'm using 2 sticks of 16 gigabyte DDR5. Now you can't just, I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want, but if you want them to work properly and you want good performance, you can't just put them right there and there. You can't just put them in any spot. There is a very specific spot, and they typically skip over a slot. So most likely I'm going to be going here and here if I had to guess, or maybe here or here. I guarantee they skip. Let's look and see on the board if it says It says, yeah, first would be DIMM B2 and A2. And that is exactly what I said. It's this one and this one. Am I looking at that right? Yeah, because we start up here, so it's going to be these two right here. Looking at it from this direction, it's going to be the first one and the second one. So that's something that some people don't know about. RAM is when you're installing it, you can't just throw it in anywhere. I mean, if you've only got one slot, yeah, sure. If you've only got two and you're putting 2 sticks in, go for it. If I had 4 sticks, like I had initially planned on doing, I would. I just put them in because they're all the same. But if you, and also that goes to, if you are going to put different speeds, not different types, but say you have different speeds of DDR5 or different speeds of DDR4, you want to put, I think it's the first set is where you want to put your fastest, and your slowest you want to put in the second, because that way it will always default to these first ones first. So, but if you put the fastest, I believe, now double check me on this, but this does make a difference one way or the other. If you put the fastest, or if you put the slower speed in the first slot, the A1 or A2 and B2, I believe is what it is, then what that's going to do is going to default your fastest to the slower speeds, and you don't want that. So actually, I don't need that because I've got that. So let's go ahead and put this, you know what, before we do that, let's do the processor so we just don't have anything in the way, because that's actually something I've never done before. And of course, to do that, I need to get up and go over there and grab it because I've got stuff on the other end of the table. Let me grab a couple of things while I'm over there that are we're going to use in the next few steps. Okay. So, I also need to get my goodie bag from my processor. Got, my thermal paste, which I'm sure, I didn't even look last night, but I'm sure either the motherboard or the AIO come with thermal paste, but you know, I bought some anyway. It's some not high dollar, but it's some supposed to be better. I think it came with a spatula. I'm really hoping so. You can just dab it on there, and when I put the AIO cooler on there, it will, where's my knife? It will, it'll squish it all in place, but I prefer the spatula method. Oh, and it came with a spatula. Yay! So we're going to use that. I have to, oh no, it comes with a cap. Cool. I will never use all of that thermal paste. I hope I don't. If I use it all in this build, there's a problem. Either I put way too much, or that means I had to clean it off. Hoping we don't. Using an we're going to be installing this M.2. This is a Crucial P5 Plus NVMe 2 terabyte, right? Yes, 2 terabyte M.2, and the Mario coin, aka the Intel i9 12900K. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do this first, because that is actually the thing. All these other things I've done before. I've actually never done that. But before I jump right into that, let me see if there's anything in this box I need right offhand. Oh, and I figured out what this was last night. This came with the motherboard, and I was like, what is that? And it says it right there on there. I just didn't notice. This is another storage. You can put this in so you can have more M.2 storage. Like if I really wanted more. I mean, I've got 2 terabytes of NVMe. But I suppose, I mean, I could buy more. Which, I mean, hell, you can never have too many. And you can put them on here. This is Hyper M.2 card. I don't know if this is faster or not. I need to look into that right before we actually put it in. And if this is faster than the onboard, it's going to go through a PCI slot. So I wouldn't think it would be. it makes more sense. I mean, conventional wisdom tells me that the one that's part of the board is going to be the fastest, but hey, you never know. I don't know how they design this shit. So I'm going to like check that. I saw it last night as I was perusing the manual, just looking around. So I'll check that out when we get to the M.2 installation in a few minutes, just to make sure we have that drive in the fastest possible slot. Alright, all this bullshit. We got a keychain that came with it that we don't need that right now. Aha, here's what we need. We got some stickers that I'm not gonna put on anything. Take it out though. And some card of authenticity. And a DVD that I don't have any way of playing down. Or I guess I do. I have an external DVD drive somewhere. Alright, so we've got... We will need this. This is like this little... Instead of having like a regular screw that you would screw your M.2 down, it's got like this little flippy thing you can put on it. This is our SATA. Yeah, that's SATA. We'll need that later. Zip ties, we'll need that later. This looks like some type of standoff, little standoff. I don't know what that is. And oh, this is for like the GPU. It's like a stand to prevent sag, even though I don't know if mine needs that. The 3080 Ti comes with like this metal base on it that helps with that. I know I went through some of this last night. Got another little standoff looking deal here. Wondering if that's for something specific, depending on... Well, no, you have to be putting the same chipset in this thing. And then we've got this. See, yeah, I read about that. Another one of these little things, these little clips for the M.2. I'm going to look at that when we get to that point. That doesn't have anything to do with the processor, though. And then, of course, we've got the Wi-Fi cattywampus antenna. I'll just set that aside. Okie doke, so we don't need none of that shit right now. We'll look into that in a few minutes. Okay. Here we are back over at the table with the shaky camera. Here we go. Before we get started, let me get my lucky sip of coffee. Alrighty. So here's our big Mario coin with the CPU. And there she is, ladies and gents. Let's put her in. Now I do know, where's that triangle? One end, there it is. No? Yeah. I'll show it when I take it out. I'll show you guys. There's a, by the way, don't ever touch the bottom. Don't even really touch the top, but especially don't touch the bottom of these things. But there's a little triangle that you line up on here, and that's how you know what the orientation for this thing is. Okay, so first things first, what you do, for those of you that have never done this, is you got this little, let me bring it in a little bit more. That's... There you go. Okay. So this is the area that the CPU, this chip right here, is going to go in. This is what powers everything in the computer. Now, this is fairly easy to be put in. You'll probably hear a bunch of different ways, but my favorite, you just take this lever here, and it's tension. You know, it's on there pretty tense. Boop! It pops up. Right? Cool. Also, this little protector here, go ahead and take that off. You don't need that. That'll get in the way of things. So that's up. That's your lock. And then you have... Well, why are we not popping up? Oh, I went the wrong way with it. And there we go. this is where your CPU goes, which is right here. Now, what we need to locate before we get into any of that, and let me get my little screwdriver here that I'll use as a pointer. There's a triangle on here. I'm having a hard time seeing it from here. Hang on a second. It's very little. Well, see, here's where the whole me being colorblind thing comes into play. Because sometimes when like small colors or little things, it is more difficult for me to see. I see it on the actual chip. It's right there. So, real quick, let's do this, because I ain't trying to fuck nothing up. I ain't about that life. Let's jump into our manual right here, and I want to make sure that I'm putting this thing in properly. And there may be somebody who's like, good God, I've done this 100 times. I know which way. It's not just the little red triangle. Well, that's the way I know to do it, so I'm going to double check just to make sure. Sure, I know I could probably drop it in there, and it would be fine. But I want to just make sure. Okay, so well, damn, where? Gee, there's a lot of instructions in this. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's the motherboard. I don't need to know that. I just want to see the orientation of the damn thing. Fan, here we go. Okay, so it's got us, we're opening that up. We're open. I'm actually going to turn this just so we're the same way as the instructions are. Pop her open. Okay, so, all right, cool. So it's this corner. I thought it was this corner, but there's usually, on everything I've seen, there's usually like a little red triangle, because you can, I'll pull the CPU out so you can see, but there's typically a little triangle that you match it up with. That's interesting. But not on this one. It's all good though. We know which way it goes. So, all right, let's do this thing. So here's our CPU. It goes this way, by the way. According to the manual, this is the top, this is the top anyway, which that makes sense. Now, when you're grabbing these things, you always want to grab them from the side. Do not ever, I know I said this a second ago, but I can't stress that enough. These things have pins on them that are extremely fragile. You can see them. I'm trying to put it at an angle. I don't know how well the camera's focusing on it, but that middle portion there is full of pins that can bend so easy. All right, so also on the camera, I don't know if you can see, it kind of looks like a dot right there next to my thumb on that corner. It's actually a little triangle, and that is what you use to line this up, and it goes in like this. So let's put her in there. Moment of truth. Like I said, I've never done this part. Okay, you do not apply any pressure or anything like that. You just set her in there. And as long as it's Yeah, it's seated. It's seated on all the corners. You don't want to put any pressure or anything like that on it. And that's it. You don't do nothing else. Yep, she's in there. You don't have to like push on it. If it's in there cockeyed, then, you know, pull it back out and set it back down or anything. It just should fall right back down in there. Hang on, actually, I forgot. Forgot to turn my light on to help me. Whoa! To help me and you guys see. This is my shit show of a build stream. But yeah, so she's in there. So what you do from here is pretty easy. We're just going to close this back. As you see, it doesn't close all the way, and that's because this is on here. You're supposed to remove this bit, but it will pop off all by itself. And you'll see this these tabs here, they hook under there. If you just push it down. And that pops off, that means it's good. Now, it does take a fair amount of force to put that in there, more than you would think. It's not like a crazy insane amount, and it should be like, you know, you should feel pretty... It shouldn't feel like too much force, but it's probably going to be a little bit more force than you're expecting, like with something that's delicate. But there it is. The CPU is installed. That is it. Computer's ready to go. We're done. No. Hey, what's up, Antonio? Whoops, I keep hitting this camera. How you doing, my friend? Welcome to the Scream. But we're in there. So now, I guess we could do the thermal paste. I'm going to go ahead and put the thermal paste on there, which, I mean, we're not going to need it until we put the AIO on. But you don't want to put thermal paste on there as it's in the, when it's in the case. That would suck. Plus, I don't want to have these, the RAM blocking where I'm trying to put the paste in as well, so. We're going to jump right into that before we put any of these other goodies in there. And for that, I'm going to turn her around this way so I have this to work with. Now, there's different ways you can do thermal paste, and I am familiar with thermal paste. I have not, this is something I've done. I haven't done it in years. And I won't say I was ever the, like, best at it. Like, it was never like I just was fine at it. Now, there's different ways you can do this. You don't need a lot, but what you want to put on here, you can just put some little dabs, and you don't want to get it you want it only on the top of the chip right here. That's it. You don't want anywhere else. But you can put it on there, and you can do this before you actually close it as well. Some people would actually recommend that. Actually, we may do that. Let's open her back up. Got a little bit, you know, a little bit more to work with here. But, so you can just dab it. That's honestly probably a little heavy because it goes a long way. It's like they taught you in school, you know, just a little bit of glue. And then when you put the AIO on there, the radiator, it will smash it down. It has thermal paste on it as well in most cases, so it'll take care. But you can also get one of these little spatulas and spread it yourself. Now, you can always add more, but you don't want to go too crazy with it. So it's been a long time since I've done this, so bear with me. Almost hit the chip there. Now it is paste, as the name says. I'm trying to get that last fucking corner. So it's thick, you know. It's you know, you don't. I guess I probably could have used a little bit more. But we're going to make it work with what we got. There we go. The goal is you just want to evenly cover the whole chip. And try not to get it anywhere but on the top of the chip. I'm going to turn her around because I see I got a few bare spots up here up top. Now, I'm a bit anal retentive about pretty much everything I do, including this. When it comes to covering something evenly like this comes from my chef background. For those of you that don't know, I was a chef for almost 20 years. Am a chef, and I was a practicing chef for almost 20 years. Covering things evenly was a big part of that job to get equal flavor across the board. So I'm really anal when it comes to this kind of stuff and being symmetrical and getting things just right. That's why I spend a lot more time doing this than most people would putting thermal paste on. Now, make no bones about it, in most cases, just putting a few dabs on it and letting the AIO cooler or pump or whatever you use, even if you just use a cooler, spread it out for you, will probably work. You'll be fine. But I'm really anal retentive, especially when it comes to my own things. And I get that. I can admit that. All right, there we go. We're all spread on. So, looking for that. We are done with thermal paste. So let's close this bad boy back up. And there it is. She's all in there and coated and ready to go. So our PC is ready. Now, some people would probably recommend not putting the thermal paste on there just yet because until I put something over it, you run the risk of things getting in it and all that. But I don't plan on any of that happen. I guess nobody really plans on that, but you know what I mean. Okay, so let's go ahead while we're here. And let's go ahead and put in our RAM, which is another key component to this build that I'm kind of excited about because this is a new type of RAM, new for me at least, and I know a lot of people haven't been able to experience it because it's so expensive at this point. I mean, it was so much so that I almost considered not going with going with DDR4, just some high-end DDR4 instead. Instead, I decided to go with high-end DDR5, just not as much. I had planned on at least having 64 gigabytes, but, didn't work out that way. I could have. I still could. I could buy another kit. It's just like, holy crap, do I want to spend... Shouldn't wipe my face when I'm messing with computer components either. Oils and stuff. But do I want to spend another $600? Because this stuff was almost $600, making it... it would have been over $1,100 for 2 kits for 64 gigabytes. So I decided to just go the 32 route and see how that goes. Because you can always add more. Adding RAM is as easy as popping the side off the case and what you're about to see. Plug, done. Okay, so here it is. Here is $600 almost, after tax and everything, worth of RAM, if you're wondering. DDR5 with pretty lights and stuff too, because, everything's got pretty lights nowadays. All right, so... for those of you that have never installed RAM, I've done this many times. It is one of the simplest things you can do in a computer, and it is also one of the most beneficial things besides like a GPU. You can get more bang for your buck out of out of more RAM than almost anything. So before we do that, let me make sure I look at this table here. Yeah, we see there they want first to be A2 and B2, which is going to be our first slot and our third slot from the bottom up. So that is where we're going to be installing. That's going to be this one. It's going to be this slot and this slot. So we are skipping a slot. As I had said earlier, for those of you that weren't here, that is one of the things about RAM that a lot of people miss is you, in most cases, if you have more than 2 slots, of course, you don't always put it right next to each other. Now, if I'm putting all 4, yeah, you go ahead and do that. But when you're only installing 2 in a 4-slot board, you want to skip one. As with many things, especially nowadays with these types of computers, it's hard to put things in the wrong spot because things just fit a certain way. You can break things trying to do that, but as you'll see on the RAM, there is a little notch right here. That's not quite the middle. It's just barely offset. So if you look, you'll line it up if you're wondering which way it goes on. Now you have to open these DIMMs up. Oh, you only open one side on these, okay. And we're going to go on this first one here. And that's backwards. There we go. And it should just slot right in. It'll go down here, and you're going to kind of push it down, and you'll see this tab that you unlocked should like grab onto it. You want to just give it even pressure, by the way. You hear that little click? That's everything clicking into place. That means your RAM is installed. You don't want to put like a tremendous amount of pressure, but it does have to be enough pressure to get it to lock into place. This one is going in our third slot. Right? Yeah. That's odd. No, that was right. Was it? Are they flipped? No, I had it right. I'm really paranoid about this whole board because it's so expensive. And it's hard to see around this camera too, by the way. It's right next to my head. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. And if this little tab right here locks up into place on its own, that means you're good. You're in there. I don't think... what I remember is it is not going to allow you... That tab is not going to come up unless both sides are... I mean, it'd be obvious if it wasn't one side, it'd be like all cockeyed up. And as you can see right here, they're fairly even. So there we go, guys. We have a CPU and RAM. 2 crucial parts to a system. Now, we're going to move on to the NVMe M.2 drive. And this is another one of the really cool parts to this build. And I know NVMEs are nothing new. This is a particularly fast one. It is actually, let me look. I was asked this question last night. I didn't have an answer because the box didn't say, or it was hard to figure out. Let me look and see what the speeds are on it. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Because I've got it on the product page. It's fast. I mean, any NVMe is fast. that's there's just nature of the beast there. But let's see here. There's the GPU. Arriving by Wednesday. Motherfuckers better be here by Monday. Here we go. 4.0. It's 6,600 megabytes per second. That's how fast this is. That's a fucking fast-ass storage device. I guess we can't call them hard drives anymore. That's a term kind of like Kleenex, where people say it about one particular thing, but that's not exactly what it is. It's technically not hard. It's a storage device. Hard drive is, you know, got hard drives and working spinning disks and stuff, mechanical So, okay. But yeah, this itty bitty fucker right here. See how small that is? This thing is, yeah, it is faster and holds more storage than any of the storage devices I have or have ever had. Oops, drop that. Okay, I do want to look at, I was saying I wanted to look here and see where the optimal place, because there's like 4 or 5. I think it's 5, maybe it's 4 or 5 spots or NVMe slots. I want to make sure we get it in the optimal one. Here we go, M.2 installation. Now there's this thing called a HyperCard it came with. That's what I was talking about a few minutes ago. This plugs into one of the PCI slots, and it's like a dock for M.2 drives, but I don't know if it is better than the onboard ones, and I want to double check that. It's just for a single M.2 slot. Another M.2 slot. Use filter. Okay. So heat sinks, remove. So that one. Wait, no, that's not the same one. What? Well, I guess that is. I was thinking that there was a different one under there. And also this little rotating, they call it a Q latch, that thing I was talking about a few minutes ago. That little hook or latch, so you don't have to use a screw, I guess, for the M.2 drive. It shows how that goes in too, because I'm not familiar with that. I think I get the basic idea of it, but I want to make sure I put it in properly. And they have some little other thing you put in there. Move them to rubber. Oh, the rubber. Okay, rubber pad. Well, it doesn't really say that one is. It's not saying that this. It doesn't say shit about this HyperCard thing. I think the HyperCard is just for if you want to have. If you wanted to add more M.2 drives. Yeah, install ROG HyperCard. It doesn't really say if it's any slower. But it doesn't say it's faster, and it actually tells you to install on the board, which makes sense to me. But I just wanted to double check, because this, I guess the HyperCard I'm not really going to install in there. I'll take it out, or I'll leave it out, and if I ever decide to get more than 4 M.2 drives, I'll integrated into the system. All right, so yeah, it's that type. Okay, cool. All right, just making sure. So let's look here. But yeah, it's 66 megabytes is the this particular drive, which is, or 6600. Sorry. So pretty fast. Are there faster? I'm sure there are. But are there a whole lot slower? You damn right there is. Let's see, Antonio said, installing that serious business. Yes, sir. It's supposed to be. We're going to find out. Rock Drive. Yeah. All right. Let's jump back into this thing. Here we are at the work table again. I guess is what we're going to call it. So this right here is where, you know, dual M.2. This is where we're going to be installing our M.2 drives. What is this little rubber thing here? Just curious. What does that say? 2507 29.5. RG branded products always promise you that. You got like some. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering what that was. If that just lights up, or if that actually has a purpose. But I guess there's nothing under it. Remove. Oh shit! See, man, what I was telling you. There's all kinds of shit on this thing you gotta remove. Something else had to take off. It's some type of 14 game first, work second. Okay. That's probably going to be for the graphics card. That'll help. I bet that's to help with SAG. We'll see, I guess. When I get the fucking card, hopefully by Monday. I mean, in a perfect world, they'll send it to me tomorrow. But like I said, UPS is really weird about sending shit overnight or on Sundays. They will deliver on Sunday, but it's not. I don't count on it. It just irritates me that the fucking card, I know exactly where it is. It's 30 minutes from my house. I would be willing to drive over there and pick it up. By the time I got a hold of somebody to actually make that happen, though, it'd probably be Monday. Nope. I need a smaller bit. Smaller driver, rather. I bet this one will do. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think I like this one better. The P21 fit better. I need a better. Nah, I feel like I get the better grip with the 20. Okay, so I keep hitting that camera. I'm not used to having a camera right in front of me, working over it. Now, I mean, if you do decide to build your own rig, and it's going to have something similar to this, most likely. Especially if it's one that's like for like a going to be having like a heavy gaming PC or something like that. It's most likely it's going to come with a heatsink, which is what this is right here. Better distributes heat across from your M.2 drive. Now, some M.2 drives will come with a heatsink, but in a case like this, you can't have both. Little screw I don't think was supposed to come out. Okay, so you'll also see that we have this here before we get done. We want to peel off the one that we're going to be using. So you got an M.2 here and an M.2 here. We're going to use this one. Oh, it's already got the little thing in there, so that's cool. So they clearly want you, they would prefer you be using this one. And they've still got like, yeah, that's like some sticky stuff. And they've got, oh, I know what the other two are for. They're for this side. Okay, I gotcha. So ours is going to fit. We're going to have to take one of those little clips right there out. Now our M.2 comes with this little screw that scared the shit out of me when I ordered it because it was rattling around. But we shouldn't need it for this build, which is cool. Now, much like everything else I said, it's kind of hard to screw up because everything has one way of fitting. It's hard to see in here, but you may see that little notch right there in where you plug it in, as you see on the actual drive itself. I don't want to touch it, but oops, it's got a notch right there as well, and that means you can't put this thing in backwards without breaking. I mean, you'll know it. You'd have to force the shit out of it, and you'd break it. But these things are pretty easy to go in. Let's see, we're gonna be using this one, so we don't even have to take that one out technically. So the way these go in pretty easy. You just slide it in there. You see that? And then you push her down. Oh, okay, I see how it goes. Now, we have this adhesive here that's holding it down as well. But this thing, it's got like a little slot there. I didn't see that. And you just turn it. It's kind of snug, but you kind of want it to be. There we go. And it locks it into place. So you don't have to have a screw. It just pops it right out. Pull it the rest of the way. And there we go. If you can see that, I know there's some light on it, but this little deal here, it's got a slot and it just slides right in there and it fits real snug. I like that. That's a bit more convenient as far as like, I mean, it's a screw. Who the fuck cares? I mean, look at the size of the screw. Come on, it's not that big a deal. But if you don't have, the less screws you have to have, the better. In most cases, I think. Now there's a situation like that with the case. The particular case I got was one of the fans that does not use screws. It uses a special little pin that hopefully it won't, but could possibly end up being a slight problem. But we'll worry about that when we get there. So, okay, so pretty much that is... Oh, shit, I gotta put the heat shield back on. All right, so we want to take this sticky, not the whole thing. We want to leave the pad there. I keep hitting that camera. Sorry I'm not doing it on camera, but it's kind of hard to do it around the camera. There we go. All right, so we got this here. We want to peel this off. And it's tacky. It's somewhat adhesive. Oh shit, I did the wrong side. Let's try and put that back on. It won't really matter if I can't get it on here. There's not anything there. I don't have another M.2 to go there. I'm using a regular 2.5 SSD for the rest of my... There we go. Here we go. Alrighty. So here we are. And just screw this bad mamma jamma back in. Are we in there? Yeah, we are. Nope, I'm right next to it. So probably not a terrible idea to make sure your screw is started properly. So now that's something I'm wondering about. Am I supposed to leave that in? Let me look into that real quick before I put this on. Because I don't see why I would have to take these out. If you had like a bigger M.2 drive, it would go in. But, because it screws into these. But this stand, I'm wondering, I think that that's still going to leave enough clearance for the drive. Let's double check real quick. Let me look in my handy dandy notebook here. Just to be sure that I'm doing the right thing. Alright, so we got one there, we got one there. You can put those in. We used that one. Rotate, put that in, click, click. Peel that off, we did that. Full length is the same thing, you just have to take that one out. But I guess we don't have to take the... You don't have to take that one out. I guess if you have a full length, you can cover that hole up, is what it's saying. Okay, yeah, all these little doodads are just for the full length one. Okay, so it's saying leave that latch in place, and that's what it attached to. Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Cool. Okay. Just want to make sure I didn't make any mistakes. Like I said, I mean, I've put an M.2 in before, but not in a board like this. Honestly, the M.2 I put in, the ones I put in were very just basic. You know, hey, nothing pretty. It's just a regular board. You open it up and throw it in there. And this just screws into that other one next to it. Let's make sure this one's in here. There we go. And that is how you install an M.2 with a heatsink. Now, when it probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, whenever tightening screws on a board, you can feel the end of it. You do not need to, like, strongman these screws in because you run the risk of cracking something, breaking something. Put them in there snug. And there's our M.2. You guys probably can't see it very well, but it's sandwiched in there. All right, so the prep for the board to install in the case is done. So now we're going to move on to the case. So everything, did I get all? Is there plastic on that? I can't tell. Almost looks like there's plastic over that, but I don't feel it. I told you these fuckers put plastic on everything. And that strip does look different from all the other strips. It's also got a design on it, so... Okay, yeah, I don't think there's plastic on it. I think that's just the way that's just a design thing. I think I got it all. I remember peeling plastic off of all of that. Had plastic off of everything. No more little foam inserts. This little, what is this? I don't know. It's like a little rubber. Is that for like lifting it up? I don't know. That seems odd. But okay, yeah, everything's good. We are ready to put this bad boy in the case. Okie dokie. So I guess I'm going to pull the case up from over there on the other side of the table and move it on over here and plop her down. Before I do that, I did notice viewership is kind of low. Probably because it's late as hell. Oh shit, I've got an editing program open. What am I doing? I hope that hadn't been affecting the stream. There we go. Wanted to go over here and look at the actual stream on my channels. Make sure nothing's being stupid. Let's go over here to the studio. Everything appears to be running okay. Yeah. Let's click on this and see. But yeah, everything's good here. See, we got a couple over on Twitch, which is not my most popular platform, but we're trying to build that up. Hello from YouTube, all you fine fellows over there at Twitch. Thanks for hanging out. Let's go over to my main channel and make sure everything's operating there. Switch account. So after we installing this in the case is going to be a fairly easy ordeal. And after we do that, we are going to figure out specifically our fan orientation and our cooler. Fan orientation I pretty much know, but mostly my cooler or radiator orientation, top or front. Definitely not bottom. Okay, so uh-oh. Woo. See, my KBS over on OBS just bottomed out, but it came back. Hopefully that is not indicative of what's about to happen. If the stream dies here in just a moment, I'll be right back. I may have to restart my router. I've never seen it do this. It's kind of bouncing around all over the place right now. That could be, yeah, that's working. Okay, cool. So let me close this so as to not cause any issues. It seems to be stabilizing, hopefully. Let's see. All right, while that's deciding if it's going to fuck me or not, let me run over here and get this case. Everything seems to be okay. I don't like that little red thing there, but I'm going to assume it's good. I'm going to hope and pray. Okay, we're green again. All right, cool. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to move the camera back a little bit. Ta-da! All right, so this is the case that we unboxed last night. There. It's Cooler Master, rather. Cooler Master TD500. What did they call it? Something else. It had another name. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our motherboard in here with all of our pieces, and then we are going to figure out where we're going to be mounting our fans and everything, because we've got to get that in here first to see where the cooler works best. So let's start and let's take this bad boy apart and go ahead and get all the panels off of it so we don't have to worry about that shit later. This is a really cool case. This is not, as I mentioned last night, and for those of you that watched when I originally bought all this stuff, this is not the case I was originally going to go with. But when checking the compatibility for all my parts, all my components, prior to buying them, this case was suggested to me. The case that I originally had planned on getting, it never said it wouldn't work, but it just didn't have it. They didn't have it in their inventory to show that, hey, it could or could not work with it. So I got nervous And they showed this one, and I was like, well, this is a little bit smaller, which, I mean, it's still a big-ass fucking case, but it's a little bit... The one I was going to get was ridiculously large. But this one's a little bit smaller, but I actually like the design of this one better than the one, aesthetically, than the one I was going to originally get. So, hey, that worked out. This is mostly for like fans and RGB and all that shit. We'll set that aside, and I'm going to put that down there with the fans. We're going to pop this front off for now. Now this has a mesh design, so it doesn't have a filter. We do have a filter up top though, which I'm probably going to be doing exhaust from the top because heat rises and all that. So I will probably remove that filter. Because I mean, if you're only blowing out, what is a dust? I mean, I don't really, if you're sucking in, yeah, you want a dust filter. But if you're blowing out, what is the purpose of having the dust filter besides looks? So I'll see how it looks. I mean, when we're done, I have it. It makes it look a little bit more uniform. I might stick with it for that. But you actually want any dust to go out, so I'm not trying to stop it from doing that. But let's set that aside for now as well. It just magnetized to my other computer. So here we are. Here's our frame. And this is where we've already got our standoffs in here, which I was really happy to see that. Some builds, some computers or cases don't come with them already. Let's make sure we got enough. I think ATX boards, ATX Intel boards come with 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? 6, 7, 8, yeah. And our board itself, don't drop that. Let's count them up and make sure. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yay, that all works out perfect. Now, one thing of note before I put this in here, I saw something when looking, like I said, the cooler or the radiator is all new to me. I've never done a radiator. And as I was looking at it last night, just kind of looking over what I had and after unboxing it and everything, I noticed something. Where's the manual on that thing? Power supply. What is this? Oh, that's the actual, okay. About the clamp that goes on there. Now, it may have been one of the Intel, I mean, one of the AMD clamps. But the clamp, it almost looked like it had a back plate, which I don't want to find out, oh, it's got a back plate after I've already installed the actual motherboard, which honestly might not be a problem. Oh, it won't, because I got this big opening right here. So, fuck it, who cares? If I got to install some type of back plate, then yeah, that'll be fine. All right, so to do this, we're going to lay the cabinet or the case down. And I'm going to have to move this again. We're going to lay her down. Like so. Now, I know this isn't an ideal view, and I'll change the view in a few minutes. Actually, I could do it now. Okay, so this is the inside of the case coming in from the back. This is the back, this is the top, this is the bottom, that's the front. But we want this because I want to be able to see, let me bring it out a little bit for you. I want to be able to see this back piece here. This is where I'm gonna, let's push it up. You guys will be able to see this is where we fit in part of the motherboard. So that's why I've got it in this orientation. Plus, you know, it's just easier to get to this way. Now I'm gonna place her in here. I'm probably gonna stand up to do this just so I make sure I get it in there just right, but you guys should still be able to see fine. So here we go. You might not hear me as well. So, all right, here we go. Before you put anything in, or any screws or anything, you have to make sure you get them in the right spot. Now this right here, this is where all your inputs are, as you can see. And those are what have to go into this opening down here that I was talking about. Actually, yeah, don't lay your motherboard on your case like that. It's not good for it. I'm gonna put this in here. And we're gonna scoot it up to where that butts up against here, because that's what you'll see from the outside. And that should align all of our holes. It looks like it mostly is. You need to come up just a little bit. And so you can use that input hole there as kind of like a guide. Yep, there we go. Now some boards will have what's called a peg stand. And instead of one of these standoffs, usually somewhere in the middle, will just be a peg that sticks up, and that kind of like, it is really convenient, honestly. It's where like it sits in there, and that helps you line it up. It's like a point to line up at. Okay, so one thing I didn't do was I didn't get out my screws from the case, which were, oh, down here, to screw in the board. There they are. They're in the bag with the all the stuff for the fans from the case. I'm trying to, because I've got little baggies from all the different components all over the place. I'm trying not to get them mixed up. Okay, that's standoffs and everything. Now this board is it's an sorry, you probably couldn't hear me. This board is a oh, that was weird. An Intel board. So there shouldn't be any like, some of the components I got come with, you know, both. Hey, if you have Intel, use this. If you have AMD, use that. But this is Intel only, so. All right. It looks like we've got, I don't know what that is. Oh, isn't that neat? What is that? Let me see that. Oh no, that's not what that is. Okay, now some of these are for our SSD mounting, which I'll probably go ahead and do that after I get this mounted in. You typically would do the cooler next, but I'll go ahead and do that just so I can get these little screws all over the place. Let's separate all these. I don't want, I'll put them on my mouse pad, which is kind of like my work pad, because like my whole desk is a mouse pad. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that the right screws? I think so. Those over there. That's for our 9 screw-ins. These little ones are for hard drive or SSDs, I'm pretty sure. And these little pegs are for the SSD. That's like this new thing. There is something about the SSD. It's a real simple thing, but I want to use it. It's like this little thing that to install your SSDs, instead of having to use screws and cages and all that, you can just have these little pegs that you attach to the back of it, and then it just goes into this rubber grommet that like holds it in place. I thought that was pretty neat. I know that's not a brand new thing, but it's the first time I've ever had it. And I mean, the chances of me ever taking this SSD out, barring any issues I have with it, are slim, because there's 4 more slots. This is a 4 terabyte SSD, so I mean, I would only be adding, so I would probably just add another SSD. It's not like, oh, this 4 terabytes is just too small. Lord Cakerson's here. What's up, Lord Cakerson? So yeah, I'm not going to be taking it out, but it's still really neat. It's a new thing, and I think it's neat. So let me double check and make sure that's what those are. I'm man enough to admit that I got to look at the destructions sometime. The B. Oh, okay. They included those for the radiator. I guess is that no for the GPU. Okay. Yeah, I see what that's for. B. Yep. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure I had the right ones. You never know. Wanted to make sure I was putting the right screws in. I don't want to get like to the end. Yes, for the hard drive, like I said. Which I did. I picked the right ones. All right, so let's screw these fuckers in. Now, as I said, there are 9 of these. By the way, thanks to everybody who's watching. I know this isn't the most interesting stream ever, watching someone put a computer together, but those of you that find something interesting about it, I'm happy that I'm able to offer that to you. Let's see. Ooh, I don't know if I like this bit. I don't. I'd rather use a P22 instead of the P20. What was I using this on originally? Oh, I was using this for the M.2 drive. That's a smaller... Okay, yeah, gotcha. It's more fine. So I'm going to use a P22 for these because they're a bit bigger. And just... Wait, what is going on here? Okay, there we go. That was weird. But the, you know, you get a better grip of that. Now, once again, these screws, just like any others when it comes to a motherboard, you don't need to muscle man them on. You want to just put them on snug. And you can feel when they don't need to turn any further, it's very apparent. You can feel it. And yes, I'm using my finger to hold it in place as I put it down there. That's an old habit. This is a magnetic screwdriver, so, you know, it will hold them in place, but I'm really paranoid about that. I've lost screws in tight places so many times working on computers years ago and also working on cars and stuff like that. Losing bolts and screws and all that shit in weird places is just, it sucks. And I'm not trying to, like, go hunting for some, like, mystery screw that I fucked up and dropped somewhere. But the magnetic tips definitely help. Oops. Couldn't get it in the hole. Never been a problem for me. I mean, I got 6 kids, you know, right? Lord Cakerson says, ELOL. Hello. I missed y'all. We missed you too. And Terrific's here as well. Hello, hello, Terrific. I'm trying to do too much with my hands at once. And this is awkward, admittedly, for me right now because I've got a microphone in my face and a camera I'm working around and all that. So it's typically not this awkward to do this. It's a little awkward doing it this way. I'm having to like stand up further away from this than I typically would. And do it at like weird angles. So if you decide to build your own system, like right now the camera is just all up in my fucking way. Ooh, you know what I need to go ahead and do while we're here with the screwdriver is take these slots out because that's where the GPU is going to go. Now I'm not going to lie, that thermal paste right there just exposed is really making me paranoid. I really want to put something over it because I know my luck and I'm going to like drop something on it or get like some fuzz on it or something. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're almost there. 7. 2 more to go. You like that arm? Good looking arm, huh? Elbow. It's a great angle for you guys to see how this goes. And last one. In the most awkward position for me, camera, microphone, and in a corner. Good times. Well, as they say here in the South, well, shit. Okay, we're in there. There we go. We're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and pull these 2 slots out from the back because that is where I will be putting our magnificent 3080 RTX 3080 Ti. So there it is. Set those aside, so if I ever, you know, want to take the GPU out, I don't really know if that's a thing. I'm not going to do that, but if I ever needed to, they're there. I keep things. I'm a hoarder, by the way. All right, so, okay, we've got this in. We've got that down. I said I was going to do something. Oh, yeah. I know what I said. I'm fuzzy. I'm going to go ahead and mount the SSD, or if I don't mount it, I'm at least going to put the mounting pieces on it. Now, you would usually do this later on. This is one of the last things you do, but I've got the parts just sitting there. So I want to go ahead and do it because I don't want them to get mixed up with anything else because I'm about to get into this AIO. And I know that is one of the things that I've just never done, and I want to, you know, devote time and attention to that. So here is the back of the computer. This is where all of our cable management is going to happen. And of course there's the back of our CPU, or that's the back of the back of the motherboard rather. And the CPU is right there. I do think that I have a plate that goes on here, but seeing as how this is all exposed, that's okay. Now, our hard drive bays, or our SSD bays, I got to stop calling them hard drives, are here and here. And there's another, I can actually put them, I have a hard drive bay, as you'll see right here. I'm not going to use because I'm not using the big old school mechanical hard drives. So they will fit in there if I needed to put more. Plus there was another place. Was it under here? There's another place. Actually, it's on the other side of this, on top of the power supply. I can put two there as well if I want. I don't know if I'm ever going to really need that much storage. I mean, I might get another 4 terabyte down the line, because this 4 terabyte drive wasn't really that too terribly expensive. Though, where the hell did I put it? Found it. Now they got this really neat system, and like I said, some people that are more familiar with this are probably going to be like, dude, that's not even that big of a deal. But I thought it was pretty cool. For me, you know, it's new to me. Where'd they go? Where we got these little rubber grommets we'll put on here. If I can find them. I missed my trash can. It's over. I need to empty it. It's over by the door. Oh. Here it is. And the grommets will go here and here. I mean, you can put them here as well. I'll probably go ahead and put them on there. And then they have these little pegs that go on the actual SSD, and it just sticks on there. So if you ever want it off, you just pull it off, and you're not having to unscrew anything. I thought that was pretty. I mean, it's like a creature comfort. It's a small thing, but it's just one of those neat $1 million ideas, if you will, that somebody had one day. It's probably somebody who worked on computers a lot and was constantly having to take these out, and they were just like, man, I'm tired of turning this fucking screwdriver on these little ass SSD screws, or SSD screws. So they came up with this. They just pop in here. Let's see how easy they pop in here, though. Well, not too bad. I'm going to go ahead and put them all in. So whenever I'm sure, even though this has got 6 terabytes of storage overall, I'll inevitably want to probably add more, because, you know, file sizes on programs and things, especially games, are not getting smaller. And I do plan on having this PC for some time. That's why I went. Some people would say, well, it's overkill. You got the parts you got, they're just like too much. Well, I mean, you could look at it that way, or you could say, I'm planning for the future. I don't want to have to buy another computer, but I still want to stay up to date. And I think Antonio brought up a really good point. I can technically use this as a tax write-off for my YouTube channel. I mean, that ain't going to save me a whole lot, or gain me a whole lot, rather. But, yeah, it's something. I'm going to do it. You best believe that shit. All right, so we're all on there. Yeah. They're all in there. All right, so as you see, we got these on here. And let's slide over here to our regular view. Look, it's me again. And you've got these little pegs. They're like thumb screws. They have a flathead on them, so I guess you could tighten them up more. We'll see how I can get them in there. Now, this is our crucial 2.5-inch solid-state drive. This one, it's got a little frame if you're going to put it in an actual bay. Now, I made this observation last night when I unboxed this. This thing is really light, like a lot lighter than I expected. And I mean, I guess when it comes to an SSD, 4 terabytes storage-wise, doesn't weigh any more than 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes, really. I mean, it's got a little bit more parts to it, but it makes sense as to why it doesn't weigh a lot. There's not much to an SSD, but okay, so you got this little deal right here which I know this is the lower quality camera you're looking at, and it just screws into the bottom here. Should probably be doing this on the other camera, but I think you guys will survive without seeing this. I'll show you the finished product. What are we saying over here? Hey, Super Guy is here. What's up, Super Guy? What are we looking at? What are we saying here? Hello. So what I'm getting from this is to not have a camera and a microphone when I'm building a PC. Got it. Yeah, that would be ideal, Lord Cakerson. They do tend to get in the way. But you know what? For you guys, I'll do it. I will do it every time, just for you guys. Shitfar, says Super Guy. What is up, Super Guy? And see, I know, I'm not going to put him out there, but I know that, the basic area that Super Guy, I don't know if you're from there, but that he resides in. So Shitfar is definitely something to do. That is definitely the lingo of that area. Similar to the area that I'm in the fucking sticks of Selma, Alabama. All right, so that's what it looks like. As you can see, it's got just these little things, and they just, it's a stupid thing. You're like, man, it's not that big a deal. It's, instead of screws, you got those little pegs, and it's a big deal. I mean, is it the be-all, end-all? Well, the screws work just fine. Sure they do. But it's just a really neat little, holy shit, I never thought of that. Why haven't they always done that? It just makes sense. It's one of those things. Makes sense. Super Guy says, CPU power cable. Yeah, I'm going to run all that. I'm going to do that after the fact. I mean, because I've got plenty of clearance to come through I'm about to switch over to the case again. You'll see I got plenty of space. So I don't have to like pre-run any wires because they're like pinched behind any boards or anything like that. When I'm about to put the cooler or the radiator in, I'll run those fan wires. I'll go ahead and run those, but all the other ones, I know on some boards when you're putting them in, they're so big and you're so cramped in there with the case, you got to go ahead and run that so it might have to go behind the board. It's real cramped, but this one's not. This is a very airy open board or airy open case. One of the things I liked about it. Thanks for the tip. No NVMe M.2. We've already put that in, Super Guy. I'll show you where that is in just a moment. I'm about to flip it around so you'll see. I have a 2 terabyte Crucial 6600 NVMe M.2. Installed that. We installed the processor. We installed the 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, which is very, very expensive. That kit of 2 sticks of DDR5 RAM was $600. So, and I've got 2 more DIMMs where I can add 32 more gigabytes, or actually whatever will fit in 2 sticks. But probably what I plan on doing, I planned on going with 64 gigabytes. I mean, 64, and it would have been almost $1,200. And while I could have paid that, I was just like, I don't want to pay that. So let's go with 32. This DDR5 is supposed to be so badass at 6,000 megahertz that it should make up for it. So we'll see. You know, if I get it, I think it'll be fine. But I guarantee, I know I will upgrade to 64 gigahertz or keep saying gigahertz, 64 gigabytes down the line. But I'm probably gonna give it, you know, I'm gonna hopefully maybe be able to wait like 6 months because DDR5 is expensive as shit right now. 6 months, maybe a year. We'll see how the speed goes. If I gotta have it, I gotta have it. But if I can wait a little bit and the price of it comes down a couple $100, I'd feel better about buying this same kit for a bit less in a few months. I mean, it'll go down. It's not gonna go up. It's only gonna go down. I mean, we said that. Then look at 2020 happened, but with the readers, nice. Hey neighbor, yep, that's right. Oh, on the front under the heat shield. Cool bean. Yeah. It's under the heat shield. I actually have this other thing that I didn't install, but I'm going to keep off to the side. And I have 5. I think I can, or I don't have. I can put 5 NVMEs in. but on the board itself, it has a spot for 2, right? 2 or 3, but then it comes with this card that houses 3 more if you want. So I mean, I can have NVMe's for days. And honestly, if I get another keep going on a hard drive, another storage device, I will probably go with another NVMe. Unless I just find another SSD. Like this one wasn't crazy expensive, and it's 4 terabytes. This is where I'm going to install or hold all my videos and shit like that. Yep, tech is expensive. What is your RAM speed? 6600 DDR5. I think it was that what it was? I looked it up a while ago. Pretty sure it's 6600 DDR5. Shit in general is expensive. Yes, it is terrific. Next RAM. Alcho. Yes, Alcho. Okay. So I'm gonna stick this, or I'm gonna show you guys how it goes over there. Then I'm gonna set it off to the side. I just didn't want the little pegs and everything sitting around and like they get lost. So now I can put them up because we don't need them anymore. But I'm gonna show you this real quick just because I thought it was neat. Even though we'll do it in the end as well. So here's our SSD. Of course, I don't have any of the cables running to it yet because we haven't put the power supply in yet. But and typically you have these where I put these stands in, these pegs. You would have a cage usually or some type of like little frame, and it would go in. It would screw to that, and then the frame would screw to the chassis somehow. But now you just go. I guess it doesn't matter really which way, because you got these little grommets here. Bam. I know it's super simple. It is the simplest thing in the world. And I mean, it's there. It's not going anywhere. But it's just, and then you want it off? Bam. It's off. That is just such an intuitive thing. It's one of those things you're like, why haven't they always done this? And I know it's nothing new. It's newer. I've seen this in builds before, but I've never had it in a build. And it's just really neat. So I'm going to set this aside. This is going to be one of the last things we put on. And, but, you know, I just wanted to go ahead and get that done so I can not have these random ass little screws and everything around. I'm going to put them in the motherboard bag of shit that I will have to reopen in a little while. Okay. It's all right. We took a little detour there, I know. Now it's time for fans and AIO cooler. Now, as I said, it's been a long time since I've actually built a computer. But when I was building them, we didn't have radiators. They weren't a thing. Only hardcore modders were making them out of their own shit, out of cars and everything. Oh shit, I got 2 pieces I forgot. And that just wasn't a thing when I was building computers way back in, back in the day. So this is something totally new to me, so bear with me. Some of you that know are more in the know about radiators, coolers, and all that and how they go. I am tepid about this. I'm kind of worried about it. I do want to get that covered up though. But yeah, Super Guy, you were asking about the NVMe. It's right here. I got this dual heatsink right here. You got one on this side. You got a NVMe M.2 right here and right here. I've only got the one. It's a 2 terabyte. And I swear there was another one up in here, but I guess not. So I've got 2 on the actual board, and then you've got this slot down here. You can put that HyperCard, which houses 3 of them. So I guess 5 is the total that I can put in here. I don't think there's one on the back of the board. I didn't even look, but I don't think so. It's because I've only got the one anyway. So yeah, I'm good I'm pretty good for a while. But yes, we've also got the DDR5 up here at 6600, and what else have we put in? Of course, the i9 12900K, which we've already thermal pasted. And I think that's it. Of course, you know, motherboard and all that. Man, I feel like we've done a lot more. But that's all we've done. Anywho, all right, let's move on to the fans and radiator, which I've got all of them right here. Let's move this little baggie out of the way. So fans, of course I've got the 3 that came with it, and they're fine. They're all 120 millimeter. All RGB and blah, blah, blah. These are Cooler Master fans, which Cooler Master is a well-known brand, so that's fine. I'm sure they're fine fans, no problem with them. But I have, in all, 9 fans. Now, this case has a capacity for 3, 3, 1. So I can have 7 fans. However, there's something I am open to doing if it fits. We're going to find out in just a minute. If I have to front mount, which we're about to look at that, which I may not have to, but we're going to look at it here in just a minute. If I end up front mounting the radiator, which is fine, I want to do a push-pull system, which is these fans, since these fans mount on the outside, that works. You got fans on the outside pushing air in and going through the radiator, and then I would have another set of fans on the other side of the radiator pulling air out. Well, pulling air in, you know, just pushing and pulling, so you get double the airflow there. And it would still be just, you know, this would be coming in. So you want to always have, you know, neutral, what do they call it? Neutral pressure or whatever. You don't want to have more exhaust than you do incoming. So if I've got these 3 coming in, typically you want the top going out. I guess I can have, typically you would, I always had the back being exhaust, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, I can do an in. So if I've got 3 coming in, even though there might be 6 fans here, it would still only be considered 3 inlets. So 3 coming in, 3 going out, and maybe just have another one coming in. That would give us, because we have an odd number. I don't want to have negative pressure. I want to have, at worst case, positive pressure, best case, neutral. But you can only have neutral if you have the exact same amount of fans. I know I don't have to put a fan here, but why not? You know, I'm going to do it. So I've got all these Corsair fans I bought as well. A Pro kit and an Elite kit. And we were trying to figure out last night which is better. I don't know. They're both pretty much the same. Let's see what you guys are saying over here before I jump into this real quick. Super Guy said, next build is a NAS. A NAS? What's a NAS? Then a Plex tutorial. A Plex tutorial, like the platform Plex, like with the movies and stuff? I wouldn't think that'd be... Do people need that? Very interesting stuff. Says Goji Berry. Is that how you... Goji Berry? Is that how you pronounce that? Welcome, by the way, Goji Berry. Super Guy said, where the Noctua fans... I got Corsair fans. 2 terabytes, hella good for boot drive. Yeah, it is going to be my boot drive. That's where my OS, my editing software, all the programs I use, I need to be fast. Maybe if I'm like playing a particular game like a lot during a period of time, it'll be on there. So all that stuff. And then the other one is going to be 4 terabytes is going to be where because I obviously, with what I do here on YouTube, have a lot of video and video editing. So that's where all that's going to live, is on the 4 terabyte, or stuff that I just don't need to be fast. I mean, that's not that a SSD is slow, but you know, comparatively speaking. Lord Kickers says, I'm tired. I'm sorry, Jacob, but I must go now. All right, Lord Kickers, it's all good, man. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out for whatever time you did. Love you. Adios. Love you too. See you next time. Super Guy said 9 fans. That big on the screen. Yeah. Well, not all 9 of them are. Well, yeah. All. If I have it the way I'm hoping, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fans in all. Do I have 10 fans? I don't have 10 fans. Nope. I might have to buy another fan. So yeah, we're going to be. Yeah, we'll see how this works out. That's what we're doing right here. NAS network attached storage. Oh, yeah. That's like kind of like creating your own server situation, sort of, kind of. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to, I'll admit, my shortcoming when it comes to PC technological world is networking. I've learned a lot about it over the past few years as I've been doing streaming and stuff, because some of the things I've had to do to make streams work. I know that seems odd, but I have had to do some networking stuff and like get to know some of it better to learn how things work so that I can problem solve things. So I've learned more in the past few years than I ever did, but man, when it comes to any type of networking, I know the basic framework and how it all works, but like troubleshooting and all that, no, I'm not the one. Maybe one day. All right, so let's open these fans up. Now I've got, of course, the controllers for each of them. I'm going to set those all aside, and we're just going to worry about orientation right now. Let's just say I don't want to get these mixed up. Yeah, I got a pen right here. I'm going to write on this, because the boxing for these is the same. I'm going to write, this is Pro. I'm going to write Pro on this one. Pro. This is our Pro box for our controller and everything. It's Corsair, so they'll all work together anyway, but like I said, I'm anal. And this is the Elite. Now, the 3 Cooler Master fans come with a pigtail that puts them all together so they all just go off with one fan header. I do like that. Pro. It's my other green screen cabinet that I just hit. These are the Pro fans, FYI. Now, these fans on both ends are very similar. Like in build quality and everything. The only thing I really noticed different, the only discernible difference I could come up with between the two, because even their RPM is similar. One of them's 1500, one of them's 1600. I do think that it didn't say it, but one of them registered, I think 400 to 16 or 400 to 1500, I believe it was. And the other one just said 1600 or 15, whichever one it was. One of them had a range. So I'm wondering if, I wouldn't imagine, but if maybe the Pros are variable and the Elites are not. But all that is managed by the system, so I don't know. We'll see. The Pros, which I'll show here in just a minute, the Pros cost us just slightly bit more. And I didn't go with them because of that. I went with them because I was trying to buy another set of the Elites, and I couldn't. They were sold out. Because I was just going to get the same fans. I didn't care. A fan's not a fan, but, you know, when it comes to these fans, these are all quality fans. I mean, it's quality more or less as you're going to get. So I didn't have a problem with having all Elite, but I had to buy those Pros because I was unable to get them. Now, as I said last night, when it comes to these two fans, which once they're in the case, you're not, who the hell knows, but this is the Pro, this is the Elite. The chassis, the frame of the Pro seems sturdier. Not that this one's crap or anything, but this one just seems, the look and just the feel, it seems beefier, and it seems, okay, that's probably a little bit higher quality chassis. The rotor, though, or the turbine on the Elite right here, I actually like more than I do, I mean, just feel-wise. They both are fine, but it feels a little bit higher, slightly higher quality than the one on the Pro. So it's kind of like a give and a take, a trade, I don't know. But, I mean, they're almost identical. The Pro has this little gray thing going on, like these accents, but they're almost identical. They're both 120 millimeter fans running RGB and blah, blah, blah. Who cares? It's the fucking same. They're more or less the same fans. They mount the same. Everything's pretty much the same. So I am going to try and keep them all together. I will say that much. So let me get my cooler, which is right here. I mean, I keep calling it a cooler, which I guess technically it is. It's a water cooler. It's a radiator. And I think after last night, after kind of toying around with this thing in the unboxing with the case and just kind of setting it up against it, didn't have the motherboard in there yet or anything. I did want to, I think I'm going to go with front mounted, which I know top mounted is probably a little bit more preferred for some. But I really want to do that push-pull thing. So I'm going to have 3 different types of fans. I got the 2 Corsairs. Well, four. I got the 2 Corsairs. You know what? I lied. I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 12 fans because this comes with 3. So yes, I do have enough fans. But I have ROG Strix fans, 2 different types of Corsair fans, and a set of Cooler Master fans. Just fans out the ass. All right, things are getting a little crazy on the table here. Let me move. I need that. Move a few of these things out of the way so I can not get mixed up here. Just my little baggies for my radiator. Oh, and last night I was on the stream. I was like, why does it come with a? There's a cable in there. It's a micro USB cable, and I thought that was weird. I was like, why does it come with a micro USB cable? Where is it? Yeah, this one. It comes with a micro USB cable that goes into to plug into the board. And I was like, that's weird. What would that be for? And I found out after just looking into it slightly, and if I looked at the pump a little more, it is to power. I don't think it's to power the pump, but it's to power the RGB for the pump. So, fucking micro USB. We can't get away from it. It needs to just fucking die. All right, so I'm gonna leave that tied up. So here's our radiator and our pump. Let's move on over here. And I think if I mount it up top, which would probably be from this direction, if I mount it up top, it will definitely fit, and it would be, I'd be able to have the 1 set of fans. Well, it's really tight. It's really tight up top. Like, to the, as far as like the board, it's butting up against the board. Right there. I don't know if you guys can't see it, but it's butting and it's up against. So I don't really think top mounted is the best option. I would not feel comfortable, or maybe, hang on, I might be going too far back. Yeah, I guess I could mount it like closer out this way. And I could still put the 3 fans on it like you usually would have. But I wouldn't feel comfortable with it. So I do think that I am going to front mount it. I know that the top mounted, a lot of people like that more, and I mean, I kind of do. But I think I'm going to go with the top mounted. And yes, I know it's a big debate as to like, what should you do, these on the bottom or the top. But really, I'm getting all flipped around. Here we go. it's okay because that's where it's going to be mounted right there, and that will be, I would have it mounted like so. That will be under the inlets, and that's what matters. If the pump is under the inlets. So I'm going to be like that. Pretty much, because I think that's the clamp we need and everything. So that's good. And I would still be able to fit. That would be my whole push-pull system I was talking about. I've got plenty of room here. I mean, the GPU is going to come out to about here, give or take. So I'll have plenty of room for it. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to mount from the front. It is what it is. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're doing that. We're doing it. So hope you guys like that. Hope we don't have anybody out there who's just like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing a front-mounted cooler. I mean, get over it. Lots of people do it. So, before we do that, I guess I got to decide which fans I'm going to put where, which I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll attach the ROG Strix ones that came with it to this one. That would probably be easiest for it. And I think they're a little bit thinner. Or am I just seeing things? No, they're the same. They're the same. What are you guys saying over here? Let's see. Yep, server. Troubleshooting just takes time. Rainbow Puke. Oh. Western Digital just screwed up a bunch of their NAND, so SSD storage is about to be hard to come by. If you need more, now is the time to buy for the next year and a half or so. Really, I did not know that. Maybe I'll buy another NVMe. Micro USB to USB header. Yeah. Which is, I don't know. It's just weird to see them using a micro USB inside the case. Maybe that's normal. Like I said, I haven't built a computer in years. Moving all these Corsair fans out of the way for now, because those are going to be mounted up top and in the back. CPU power cable before radiator on top mount. You really want me to put that CPU power cable in, and you really want that. I know you're not the only one. I got a friend of mine who every time I talked about this, he's like, and he's much more in the know on more current computers and building. It's like top mounted. I was like, yeah, but I can't. I don't have nearly as much clearance up top as I do on the bottom. And I know as far as like longevity. I mean, longevity, the best way to do it is coming in from the inlets at the bottom. I have done my research there, but most cases just won't accommodate to that, and it's not as pretty, admittedly. But like, I can't do that. I can do it. They will come in. I would never get the extra fans on there, but that's not even what it was. I can fit it in there, but once I put the GPU in, it just there's not enough hose to get it up there. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even think it would clear the RAM. There's just not enough room for it, so I've got to go with either front or top, and I want these 6 fans on there. You know, if I put it in there, I will concede to you. I almost called you Greg, Super Guy. If I put this in there on the front, and then I get everything up and running, and I run thermals, and it's just horrendous, or if I start having issues out of it, I will publicly concede to you on my channel, on all 3 channels, both my channels and my Twitch, and admit I will name you personally and say you were right and I should have listened to you, but I did not. I was a fool. So, okay, let's attach these bad mamma jammas. What are we saying here? Front radiator will be harder to keep clean. Main area just comes in. Yeah, I know that too. I gotta clean it. But I will say this about this PC or this case. Now up and down, not so much as we see, and a lot of that has to do with the size of this board. But I will have a lot of room here in the front, and I can clean it off. And honestly, if it becomes a pain in my ass, where I just am tired of cleaning it and all that, I'll just move it to the top. I'll just move it up there to the exhaust. Why not? I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not hard. It's not like when I do this, I just can't undo it. We'll see how it goes. If I don't like it, you know what? Once again, and if that happens, I'll concede then as well. And I'll say, you were right. Super Guy was right. I should have listened to him all along. Oh my God, I can't believe you're doing a front-mounted cooler. Cooler specs haven't changed much. I did a push-pull on 240 radiator. It was overrated. Yeah, I know it's overkill. But I bought all these fans. I bought all the fans. Keep the declaration just looking out. Oh, yeah. I hear you. Well, like I said, because I mean, I'm going to be running, you know, this high-end chipset, also this high-end GPU, this high-end, lots of high-end shit. It's going to generate heat. And if the thermals just aren't there, or if I see any issues, or if I start getting bubble sounds and all that, I ain't fucking around. I didn't spend $7,000 for shit to get fucked up. So if I start seeing it, you better believe spending that much money, I'm going to be like sitting here with like a stethoscope on this motherfucker every day. It's like, is anything wrong? And if I get a slightest hint that there's something I don't like that's going on, I will fucking move that bitch. Believe it. Overclock. Yeah. Yes, I will be overclocking it. I don't have a tremendous amount. That's another thing I'll be learning more about. I don't have a whole lot of experience with overclocking, but the graphics card I got is good for it. The CPU, the motherboard, everything is good for overclocking. I made sure to check into all that. In fact, the graphics card is called the RTX 3080 Ti OC for overclocking. So I even went that far to make sure that, yeah, I want to overclock this. I'm going to be able to. Okie doke. Let me look. As I said, I'm really paranoid about this part because I've never done anything at all with radiators. So I'm going to take it a little bit slower. Looking at my little manual here that's in Chinese. Okay, so I'm using, my chipset is a 17, LGA 17, I believe it is. Right? Am I crazy? Where's that book? Come here. i9, 12th gen. Fuck this book. This fucking book's stupid. Where's the box? I know it says it on the box. This is a... Yeah, LGA 1700. I need to know that because that matters as far as like the clamp and everything I use here. That's a LGA 1366, LGA 115X. So do I not need, for Intel motherboards, Intel skip steps A and B for LGA 20XX slots or sockets. Slide the Intel for LGA 1366 for LGA 11. So I guess I do need this on the back. That makes sense. And that would be this deal. Yeah, that's what it... Okay, cool. That makes sense. Yeah, that's why I've got the openings there. Oops. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I've got these standoffs. Install standoffs. Attach the internal back plate. The Intel back plate to the bottom of the motherboard, which I've got an opening back there, thankfully. Does orientation matter? I don't think so. No. These slide. Okay. Oh, there's little words on it. Imagine that. And then slide the Intel backplate pins according to the CPU socket of your motherboard. Oh, it's of my motherboard, dumbass. Which that'd be a 1700 too. I mean, that's the socket of... Where's that box? Damn it, it's way over there. I shouldn't have thrown it. Fucking boxes everywhere. All right, so this is a... It would be a LGA 1700. See? Told you I know what I'm talking about to a degree. Yeah, LGA 1700 socket. Don't long screw. Very user friendly. That's what I was thinking. So I got this. I've got like 5,000 different screws and stuff for this thing. And standoffs, AMA. I bet that's AMD. Damn, that's some big fuck. Oh, this is the whole. Okay. I know AMD uses like those little hooks, which is kind of neat looking. Attach backplate. Install the standoff screw into your motherboard. Ensure they use correct standoff screw for your CPU socket. LGA 115-1366. LGA 20XX. So that's weird. It doesn't say. Because it says LGA 115X / 1366 socket or the LGA 20XX socket. Which mine's a 1700. It doesn't fall into either of those categories. Not an AMD, obviously. I don't need AMD. Okay. Huh. So, Super Guy, you seem to be a little bit more in the know than I am, clearly. And while I didn't take your advice on the other thing, I'm going to say I'm going to take your advice. Okay, that's for the radiator. On this. Now, here's what they gave me. I've got the two standoffs I have are this one. It's got like the shorter screw on the bottom and the longer one on the top. And this one says it is for LGA 20XX socket, which mine's a LGA 1700. And there's this one, which is the same on both ends. And it says that one is for LGA 115X / 1366 socket. This is where I'm getting a little confused because that's neither of those are my socket. But I was told that this does. It said that this does fit. LGA 1700 socket, very user friendly. Okay. Well, I can put the back plate on. I'm going to switch over. If you have any wise words, go ahead and say them now. All right, so before I attach the fans to the radiator, we'll move them aside for just a second. We're gonna spin old girl around here. Why are they all switched around like that? I think these need to come in. Come on, man. They're all going in it, but this one. Maybe I'm looking at it weird. Oh, okay, I see. Ah, they're different. No, they're not. So that's odd. Well, that fits. So it fits. That's good. that's definitely a plus. But one of them, this one, I can't read that shit. $75, $75. All right, fuck it. We're putting it in there. It's not rocket science. It's just computer science. Not really computer science either, but whatever. The AIO is a ROG Strix LC360 RGB. The LC360. Main idea is to create equal pressure across CPU, so whichever standoff gets you to the top of the CPU. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I mean, they're so close. Okay, I'm gonna go with the shorter one, which is the LGA 20XX, because it doesn't look like I need that much clearance to to get down there on it. You guys can't even see what the hell I'm doing. And that's going to put me yeah, because it's like real damn close. Where's one of them other ones? I think this is the right one because I don't have, I mean, PC Part Picker says compatible. Yeah, that's where I did it. I did it through or PCBuilder.com. I built it through that. But it's weird that it doesn't even list that. Put it on with the paste cover to test. LGA 115X. 20XX slot. Let's look at, hang on. Before I get like too far into it and doing shit. Let me search something real quick. LGA 20XX. See if any. There's got to be. I mean, this is a popular radiator. LGA 1700. Sorry, every time I hit 0, it switched. That's my hotkey to move cameras. Yes, the new fermentation kit is compatible with all ASUS AOA coolers, and it supports Intel LGA 20XX, LGA 1700, LGA 11. I think it's the 20. I think it is that one. The one I was looking at, the shorter one. Let's do this. Which LCA. What's this thing? Oh, LC360. Okay, LC360. LC360. GB. Which standoff? For LGA 1700, LC360 RGB. Intel Alder Lake socket LG 1700. Yep, there it is. Load. So it says if it would load. Lordy. It's being slow. As long as it doesn't crash, I don't care. CPU coolers for Intel Alder Lake socket LGA 1700. Everything you need to know. Specifications. Do you need a new CPU? Corsair. Nitra. Be quiet. Cooler Master. ASUS. ASUS has been elaborate for a little bit. LGA socket. All the eligible modules will come with the LGA 1700 mounting kit package, which includes mounting bracket and backplate for standoff screws, a new socket. Here's a list of ASUS AIO liquid coolers that are LC 360A RGB, Rockstrix LC2280, and 240 Rockstrix LC2120 RGB. Thermaltake is, it says it's compatible. I'm going to go with the shorter ones. And if I see some issue as I'm putting it down on there, I'll stop. But I'm going to go with that. X's for the various sockets under the 1550. So yeah, I figured that. I just thought it was weird that it didn't. I don't know. It was odd. I mean, the back plate fits. We'll try it out. See what happens. Worst thing that happens is it doesn't fit. And then I'm 2 parts down. But I know I can have this thing in a matter of a day or two. Alrighty. So our standoffs, we're going with the 20 series. Man, these are in very inconvenient places. I wish I had put these on prior. I gotta stand up. I'm coming in from the back. So here I am at the back. Because this is like the only way I could get at this fucking standoff. Can't look at it, but I can feel it. Oh my god. How many turns does it take to get this fucking thing in here? Jesus. It's still turning. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. Okay, yeah. Get a little tighter. No, we're not. You know what? I don't feel good. That's not very... Well, I guess it doesn't have to be tight because it's going to pull it up on it. Because it'll pull it up. Is it? I feel like that should be tight. It's loose. But it makes sense why it's not, because they do come through the board like that, so I guess it's okay. Because it's going to pull it up when I tighten up the other side. Yeah, this is some real interesting stuff, isn't it? You guys are loving this. All right, so it's not as tight as I would like it, but once again, I start tightening up, it should pull it into place. I mean, it fits, so that's that. Okay. Until tied. Riveted. Yeah, riveting shit, I know. Alright, so next step. I think we're going to put our fans on next. We got that, and we got these little thumb screws to put it on. I'm not going to lie, I'm really nervous about putting the actual pump on there. Install the fans and the radiator. Okay. AMD standoffs. Kind of like the AMD standoffs better. They look pretty cool. They won't fit though. So yeah, screws. We're going with the front mount. I don't want to hear it. We're not going to hook up all the RGBs right now. We're just going to send them through. So let's go ahead and hook our fans in. And then, yeah, we just thumb screw it down, it looks like. Yarp. Yarp, yarp. Should be good to go. Okay, cool. Let's move over here. Now I'm going to move our PC out of the way a little bit. Bring our radiator over. And we're going to install some fans, which is fairly simple. We're just screwing in fans, in other words. So this is going to be all right. So let me make sure I get this right. We're pulling in with these fans. We're gonna hit the radiator, and then we want to push out. So we need the fans to be technically backwards. Now, Super Guy, you had mentioned that you did a push-pull configuration before, and I was curious, when you did it, was the system that you did it on, was it like a, a powerhouse? Did it have like a whole lot of, Did it have a whole lot, was it running high thermals? Did you do it because you needed it, or was it like me, you just did it because you're like, oh yeah, cool, I want to do that? I'm doing it because I tend to overkill things. I tend to, like when I build a lot of wood products and stuff. Not products, but things. Like my simulator that I'm gonna debut here on the channel any day now. But my VR simulator, it's a big, huge cockpit thing I built. And I build a lot of cool stuff like that, record players, all that. And I tend to overdo it on everything. So the things I build are very sturdy, but they're a bit overkill at times. First run is usually. Where's my knife? Oh. Now, seeing as I will be mounting this, that is an interesting question. Oh, okay, yeah, no. Seeing as I'll be mounting this a push-pull, I'm thinking, how is that going to work? I guess I mount. Okay, I mount these first anyway. Never mind. Do I just screw them straight into the radiator? I guess. Please don't fall off my little table. So I'm guessing it's these longer screws. I don't think that's supposed to be on there. I doubt we need a washer for this side. No. So is anybody else out there? I'm sure Super Guy has, from hearing him talk about his knowledge. Have any of you other people out there built your own PC before? If so, what did you build? What were your specs? What kind of hardware are you running? Misplaced my screwdriver. Haven't used it in a while. There it is. Super Guy says it was powerhouse for the time, plus a lot of HDDs. Well, at least you will have spares, right? That is true. That I will, my friend. I have no HDDs in this one. I'm probably going to remove that cage when we get down there to it. So this thing's gonna like light up like a fucking Christmas tree when I turn it on because there's RGBs all over the goddamn place on it. Which, as I said in my previous streams concerning this situation, I could give a rat's ass about lights and stuff on my computer. I mean, if I have them, sure, I'll use them. Like on my current one, I set them to a certain color, but I don't need them to do all that stuff that people are all about. But there's legit lights everywhere. The GPU has a big light on it, a big RGB light going across it. Every one of my fans is RGB in some capacity. You can't see it, but both the sticks of RAM are. The motherboard has like two or three RGB lighting things going on with it. So yeah, there's lots of lights on this thing. It's gonna like light up. I probably won't even need to have the lights on down here. I'll just turn that on and it'll be just like this ginormous green glow. Because I will be going with a green motif, as you'll see with the custom power cables I bought. I like me some green. I'm gonna move all these little fuckers. I don't need these right now. One fan down. Whole bunch to go. Now, interesting enough, this fan over here, this bottom fan, is got like this weird plastic rivet thing going on, and it's like a clip, and instead of a screw, it's held in place by this plastic thing you do from this side. You insert it, and then you kind of push this up and it expands in, which is a neat idea, but I don't know if it works with this situation. So I may actually end up having to remove that. And I'm hoping that the hole is the same size as a screw hole. I'm sure it is. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be. Because I'd probably just need to put a screw through it. But we'll see. So like I said, I wound up moving storage to NAS, then my main rig just for video processing and pushing 4 screens. Right on. I do 3 screens. I don't have 4. One of them's an ultra wide. It can almost like operate like 2 screens sometimes. I don't know if that makes a difference. Rainbow puke. Yeah, I agree. Like when I first turned on my computer that I currently use, it went into like this whole rainbow, like fluctuating like wave thing. And I was like, no, that's too much. Now it's just a solid color. It's just a solid, classy green. I don't need like all these like pulsating lights and shit like that. I don't mind the light. But all the like pulsating shit and like people put like fucking light shows putting on with their computer, I'm like, I just feel like there's things I can do better with my time than program that shit in there. Or worry about the light show that my computer's putting off. Whoa! Almost took out the camera. All RGB should be addressable. My understanding is that all of these are ARGB. Four screens at 4K 60 Hz. Now, I am not running 4 screens at 4K 60 Hz. That's for damn sure. I'm not running any screens at 4K. I will be with this. With this computer, I'll be able to do 4K. Okay, so there's that. So now, we're gonna have to figure out how we are, and I would think the way that we'll mount, whoops. The way that we'll mount this is the screws coming in from the other side, and yeah, longer screws. Hopefully I have some of those. I didn't even think of that. Let's see what screws are holding this thing in. Whoa! No, it's got like these little shorty screws holding it in. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the mounting? Ooh, I hope that is. If that's the mounting... That's the mounting bracket there. That's just saved my day. Oh no, it can't be. No, it's not. So yeah, I would have to go. I'll have to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 of those long screws to go through these fans and attach to the actual radiator itself. What to do? Because I do not have any more. Did my other fans come with screws? Let's see. Because I do have that more or less extra set of fans. Nope. I can mount it from the other side, which I'm already doing that. Damn it! Use 2 screws per fan. Yeah, I could do that until I could order some more and then just throw the other ones in there. Because I can just do them from, yeah. I think I'll do that. I think you're right. Super guy. You know what? That's why you're super guy. The simple little things like that. That's what makes you so super. And then I'll just order some. Because there ain't no fucking computer stores in Selma, Alabama. There might be. There might be an awesome one here and I just don't know it. But I'll just order some from Amazon and they'll be here in a few days and I'll plop them in when I get them. I'm probably not going to be able to boot this thing up until fucking Monday anyway. Let's do I'll do like a crisscross. I know it doesn't make a fucking difference, but just, I don't know. For some reason, that's what I'm going to do. Arnab, A-R-N-A-B, is joining us. Says better. Oh, wait. Use two screws. Oh, I'm sorry. Arnab said 17, or i7, 17, i7 12700F versus Ryzen 7 580X, 5800X. Which do you think has beefier performance? Or I've made the same mistake, says Super Guy. Hey, right on, Super Guy. Which has better? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. My knowledge of AMD's Ryzen series, even though I have one, not in this system, but I have one, is not as extensive as Intel. My knowledge base is much more Intel based. The i7 12th gen 12700F is not. That's not a bad, or KF. That's not a bad chip for damn sure. Now, I mean, Ryzen 7 is a good chip as well. I just don't know as much about the different iterations of theirs, so I can't say which one's better. I know the one I have in this system is an i9 12900K. It's probably, I don't mean this in like a bragging way, it's better than both of them. But no, I don't know. They're probably both, and I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, Intel's better than AMD or vice versa. I don't give a shit, you know. Run whatever you want to run. Because I think both manufacturers make good chips and make good products. Because if they didn't, there wouldn't be any competition, and there would be a clear winner. Because people are going to buy. When it comes to computer components and just speed and storage and all that stuff, when it comes to that stuff, people buy what is fastest, what is most powerful. That's what always wins in technology. Look at Blu-ray and HD DVD and all that stuff. Speed, size, the best always wins typically in the long run, and those two are both going back and forth, so you know good competition. I think they're both good chips. But which one is better than the other, I don't know. I bet Super Guy could probably give you some... probably come in with a little bit more on that subject than me. Alright, so I need to take all these out because... Oh no! These fans are just coming totally out. This would probably be easier if I laid this down. Would it? No, not really. Not for me. You guys would probably have a better view of it all. Let's bring this down a bit. So you got a little bit better idea of what it is I'm doing here. Here we go. Oh, great. Now the... fucking camera was right in my way in that way. Oh yeah, that's nice. You can try computer and data network on Citizens Parkway, but they probably won't have it. Ah, yeah. I try not to leave the house. I'm not a people person. And I run a YouTube channel. But no, I'll probably just order. Like I said, the GPU is not arriving until, I mean, if I'm super lucky tomorrow, but probably Monday. It's in Montgomery right now, which I know you probably know where that is, which is only about 30 minutes from me. So I don't know why the hell it didn't come today, because it's been there since yesterday. So it should be here Monday, midday. The GPU, I mean, you just slot it in and you're done. So I could probably order some of these screws and have them here by Monday afternoon if I order them tonight or tomorrow. Haha, well said. Well, thanks. Super Guy says i7 12700K 12 cores 58 is 8 cores. Well, as far as cores go, it sounds like the i7 might have it. What do you think? More cores, more better most of the time. That is true. Now, I do know with this particular one that I'm using has 16 cores. And there are, in fact, some CPUs, of course, that have more cores than 16. But the way that they allocate these 16 is, I can't say it's new. I don't know if it's new, but it is not common. It's less common. And they have P cores and E cores. And apparently that makes, see, here's those weird rivet things. That makes a big difference as far as workflow and things like that. Apparently that's like a big deal. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know exactly how much of a big difference that makes, but that was one of the determining factors, and I heard that it was great for, it's awesome for gaming, but it's also awesome for like editing and stuff like that. All right, so how do these things come out? I'm gonna need a flathead. Actually, I'll just use this. There we go. Okay, so let's see if you guys can see this here. This fan, as I was mentioning a few minutes ago, I'm trying not to do that, has these weird, like, I mean, they're convenient, I'll give them that, because as you can see, the power supply shroud and everything, and like the HDD cage, if I was going to use those, is in here. And getting a screwdriver in here to screw from the back is, you know, a pain in the ass. You know, that would be a pain. These top ones not so bad, but especially these bottom ones, they'd be a big pain in the ass to get in there. I mean, they got holes here. You could make it work. But so what they've done is they put this little plastic deal in here. It's almost like a pop rivet, but it's reusable. And it, like, it's probably easier to see right there. It sticks in, and then you put this in, and it like expands it out and holds the fan in. I mean, it works, but I'm worried of how big the hole, the mounting hole is. I'm hoping it's the same size as these other ones. We'll see in just a minute. If it's not, that's going to piss me off. But you know what? I have lots of drills and lots of Dremel tools. Lots of that shit. Come on out. Damn! I don't know if my tool's just cheap or this thing's really in there that hard. Tool's probably cheap, but I think it'll make me get a flathead. The other one popped out fairly easy. You. Arnab said, yes, that's true, but one of my friends said that you said you can't like multitask on Intel as much as on AMD. Possibly. I mean, AMD may be better at it than Intel. Honestly, couldn't tell you. I do know that's one of the big things for this particular one that I'm using here today, is that it the dividing up the cores like that, the E cores and P cores, that was one of the big for multiprocessing or multitasking. Sorry. Get out of there, you fucker. Ah! Ta-da. You just gotta have the right tool for the job, man. It's what it's all about. I do think these are a neat little idea. Like, if you weren't doing some, like, crazy-ass push-pull thing that I'm doing, I think that these are a neat idea. Because getting a screwdriver in there is a bitch. So I'll hold on to them. Because, you know, I think they're neat and I'm a fucking hoarder. So let's see. Where's our mounting holes for this thing? This one. Oh, yes, it fits. Okay, we fit all the holes. Good, 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 good. I am a happy man. I was afraid that was going to cause some issues. Ooh, that's going to be close, though. But I'll be able to make it in. It'll get a bite. That's all that matters. All right, let's do this shit. Let's put this shizzle in here. Let's hold that in with that for now. Temporarily hold it in. Okay, they're all temporarily held in. Now this part is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, I fear. Well, why is my camera doing that? Stop. What in the ever-living fuck is going on with my camera? I'm looking over at it, it's like blinking all to hell. The fuck was that about? I guess it was like trying to like using some type of like onboard like lighting shit, and something was fucking with it. Is that true? Super Guy says CPU benchmark push i7-12700 is plus 13 over the 5800. Okay. Multitasking outside of Threadripper from AMD. Yeah, now the Threadripper was one I looked at. Because the Threadripper is, I mean, pretty much as badass as its name sounds. But that motherfucker's like just for the, I mean, this CPU was expensive, okay? But a fucking Threadripper right now is like 13, or not 13, it's like $3,000, give or take. And you know, I'm good with this. This is pretty fucking good. I don't need that. I will survive. Let's see. Multitasking of the Intel. Super Guy says Intel is the way to go for me because of all the older CPUs available that still have a lot of life but are not the newest. You can generally find discounted. Thanks for the advice, Zarneb. The Ryzen is catching up. Ryzen makes sense if you're running lighter games supported by NVIDIA graphics. Just check out Linus Tech Tips YouTube for some good comparisons, contrast videos. Yeah, I like Linus Tech Tips. But yeah, I agree. I mean, me, myself, I prefer Intel, but that's really only because that's what I know. And that's what I knew back in the day. AMD was around, but they weren't doing, I don't think, from what I remember, Ryzen and all that was not a thing. I know that that's the big, war between them is, which is better, Intel or AMD. I like AMD just because I understand it. But, I mean, hell, this computer I'm streaming this on right now, my daily driver, the one I edit all my videos on, the one I do all my streaming, my gaming, up until building this one, is an AMD. So I don't have a problem, man. I have not had any problems out of this computer. It has performed great. It's just the things I'm wanting to do now, it's not because it's AMD, it's because it's just not powerful enough. So even if it was the same specs as the Intel version, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm wanting to do. So I like both. I think they're both good machines, or a good manufacturers. They make good shit. I am with Super Guy, though. Intel has been in the game a long time. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's switch over. Before I screw anything in, I'm going to try and run, at least rudimentarily run these cables in. I think we're going to go right up here. Will they all fit there? Make sure this bottom one, I'm going to bring it in from the bottom. Come on. Come on, you fucker. Alright, there we go. This middle one, I'm going to this top one in from this top right here. I need another hand. And then this middle one, I guess we could bring through here. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go through the bottom. Probably means we'll be mounting our controller for these fans a little lower. That's okay. Oh no, it reaches all the way up. Cool. All right, so those are, basically in place. Got our screws. Am I missing? I am missing some screws. Son of a bitch. Oh shit, that's right. Well, no, I'm still missing a screw. Oh, I get fucking idiot. I've got them in here. I'm sitting here like, where the fuck are the other screws? I was already short screws. AMD has made a comeback in the past 5 years. There are issues with compatibility of hardware. Threadripper is awesome, but power hungry. Oh yeah, all that shit is power hungry like that. I mean, I knew that this system was probably going to be power hungry too. That's why I got that 1200 watt power supply. All right, so let's start here at the top. Just lightly get that one in. We'll come back and tighten her up. Well, hey, look at that. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I watched some videos about installing these radiators and this whole push-pull configuration. That's where I got it from, honestly. And they made it sound like lining all these up and doing this was going to be a lot harder. I don't want to jinx it, but that wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad at all. Now, granted, we're not done. I probably should have waited before I said that. Got a bite. All right, we got our push-pull configuration going. Yeah, okay. I thought I put those fans on backwards for a second there. It's about to have a heart attack. Not a heart attack, I was about to get pissed. Oh, wait, that's a little tight. Why is that so tight? What's going on there? That didn't seem right. They don't feel right. I don't like it. Yeah, I like this side better. I don't want to strip the screw. I don't have many of them. It's a little tight, but I think it's the hole. I'm gonna switch this one over so it's a diagonal pattern. But yeah, I gotta stop doing that. I'm gonna shake something the fuck loose. Okay, so those bottom two screws on that with those had those pop riveted deals in there. They're a little looser than I would like, but whatever. Not looser, they're a little tighter. The bottom two holes are a little tighter than I like, but the screws go through, so whatever. All right, there's our push-pull configuration, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering what that is, you got fans on the front pushing in, radiator, air's being forced into it, and we got forcing out, or sucking out rather. So pushing in, sucking out, we should get real good flow with the radiator. I'm going to go ahead and put our fans up here. These are going to be exhaust fans because heat rises, you know. And I guess I have traditionally done an outlet here on the rear, but I think I'm going to do an inlet there because I don't want to have more exiting than I have coming in. In a perfect world, we'd have the same. We'd have equal, but, you know, we don't live in a perfect world, do we? Not that an i9 isn't power hungry, just not as much. Yeah, the Threadripper is insane. Threadripper's fucking crazy. I saw those numbers and stuff, and while I'm not, like I said, I'm not as in the know on some of that stuff, and I'm way behind on when I was really into. I'm trying to get back into it, but when I was really into computers and had much more of a knowledge about it, yeah, them numbers was high. But that fucker is fast as fuck. It's powerful. It's a beefy machine or beefy chip. Can you still get your front panel back off or back on? Oh yeah. Because that's the way that these are mounted on here. That's how they came. They came mounted like this. So the panel should slide right back on. CPU power cable. You really want me to put that thing on there, don't you? It's coming soon. I think it might. Actually, that's probably going to be next. Because what do I have left over here? Yeah, because all I've got is the power supply, which of course all that stuff comes with that. And then like SSD, which is already on there. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost done. Well, you know, something's missing. Can you pick it out? Something in this area right here? Yeah, well, it's in Montgomery, Alabama right now. Just 30 minutes from my fucking... I'm not happy about that, but whatever. All right, so... Bam. Oh, you can't see. That's where our pump's going to go. Okie dokie pokey. No lie, I've just never... This part, that whole thing with the standoffs and all that makes me nervous. I won't... It's kind of like, ugh. So, yeah. But, you know what? It's all good. I'm sure it's going to be fun. Let's screw this bitch on. These are all in. I tightened them up, right? Yeah. I like it. We got a decent amount of clearance there. Okay, let's get this on. Once this is on, I will feel a lot more comfortable. Then we got just power supply, cables, and power fucking cable management, which everybody loves cable management. Pretty typical. Wait till they ship it to Linden before Selma. No, don't do that. Every single thing that I bought through Amazon, which I bought this GPU through Amazon, they have it you know, goes all over the country. It arrives in Montgomery, and the next day it's out for delivery. So that's why, yes, on the page it says arriving by Wednesday, which that's next fucking week. I was hoping it wouldn't take that long, but okay, fine, whatever. But then when it arrived in Montgomery yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon, I've had shit arrive at like 2:30 in the morning, and the next morning it was out for delivery. So I thought for sure, I was like, okay, yeah, tomorrow morning, hell yeah. Saturday morning, out for delivery, right? No. Still in Montgomery since 2:30 Friday afternoon. The fuck? I was hoping it was going to come Thursday, but yeah, it just did not. So I guess technically worst case scenario, it'll be Wednesday before it comes. But I don't see any reason why, if it got there Friday in Montgomery, it is not here. Worst case scenario, Monday. If Monday that shit don't come, I'm going to be like, what is, this is a bad joke. What the fuck? All right. Yeah, let's put this thing on, because I keep sitting here talking shit. Let me make sure I'm going to use these right thumb screws, and I'm not just making shit up. Want me to run all that shit? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do all the RGB shit afterwards. Okay, so it says, yep, you just thumb tighten them on, line AO cooler, standoff screws installed previously, then secure with a 4 thumb screw caps. Okay, and then we're gonna plug her in. Micro USB to AIO cooler, micro USB port, then connect into 9-pin USB 2.0 connector on your motherboard. Okay. Alright, seems easy enough. We just got these little thumb screws here that go right into it. Uh-oh. Ah! Alright, so may have a problem. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. So the standoffs apparently... Give me these fuckers. I guess I have them in there backwards. But they won't go the other way, because this standoff has a different size. That is a different size, different millimeter than that. Hang on. Something's not right here. Fuck. I gotta get in there again. Hang on. I gotta hit it from the back. I can't see what I'm doing really. I'm looking through the mesh in the top of the case. I can kind of see it. I just don't want to touch the CPU. I'll take this back plate off and see if this is a bitch right here. This fucking corner one right here. Fuck this thing. You know what I'm going to do when I put it back on? Assuming this one goes back on. I'm going to put the fucking thumb screw on one side. Because it's right up against this fucking piece. Okay. We coming off? You going to let go? What are we doing here? You working with me or what? Nope, 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 nope. Don't fall. Here we go. Okay. That was the back of the case, by the way. All right, so let's troubleshoot here for a moment. We got this fatter end. It will not go. See, this will not go into this back plate or the thumb screws, but it is for Intel. So I'm like, what is it? I mean, what is the purpose? Where does it go? Now the other one, the one I said I didn't think was it fits both. So conventional wisdom tells me that that one is the one I should be using, but it seemed, I mean, it's not much higher, but it seemed too high. Where's, I got the AMD one. I can't use the AMD ones. Could I? Did those come off? Well, hell, the AMD ones look pretty much the fucking same anyway. They just got like some weird coupling deal on there. Case. Now, the only other thing I got in this package was this, and this is for an AMD card. Right? Am I using the right fucking one? Yeah. Because it said this goes, yeah. So I'm guessing on the other ones, it just, they bolt. And did I get some nuts and I didn't realize it? That's for the, because it seems like there should be some nuts that, like, on the other side, pretty much like that, the same thing as that back plate that, do I, where'd they go? Do I do it this way? No. I was thinking maybe you like flip it around and, is that it? No, that ain't it. Is it? No, it's not. I just dropped that fucker. I am really confused by this fucking cooler, man. I guess I have to use the bigger standoffs and just hope for the best. I mean, they're not tremendously bigger. Like, you're talking... that's a decent difference. Let's see if you guys can tell. Let me line them up. I mean, it's as far as like computer parts go, I mean, that's a decent difference. But I'm just worried that I'm going to put it on there and it's not going to be tight. But looking at just eyeballing it, I mean, it looks close. Both of them do. But it's fucking hard to tell. Nope, has to get there before 4 a.m. for next day delivery. Longer threads away from the motherboard. Well, yeah, that's what I did. Was the longer thread? You're right. Yes, that side should go for away from the motherboard for this thumb screw to go into. That's the only one that will. But the other side of it is that, and that's bigger. I mean, that's a thicker millimeter. And the crazy thing is okay, fine. It does not fit this. That's fine. But then when you look at the back plate, right here, it doesn't fit the back plate either. This fits the back plate. Now this other one, the longer one, the one that's slightly longer, it has the both on the same size. So this would fit. It'd fit here and it would fit the other side. And I was thinking, well, maybe you flip it around because, you know, it's got a hole that goes all the way through, or all of them. Maybe it goes on this way. Maybe it's like a dual purpose thing. No, it does not. I almost thought it did, but it doesn't. I thought maybe you could like flip it around or something like that. Let me look. Hang on. Let me look at this book again. I feel like there's like something I'm missing here that is in my face and I'm just not seeing it. For Intel motherboards, skip step A and B for LGA 20XX sockets. Okay, so A and B. So A would be the... Okay, so... So the 20XX does not use the back plate is what it is. So that fatter part, it must have that just built in and you just like screw it right into the motherboard. It must be this standoff then. I'm going to do one more thing real quick. Let's check this. Yeah. You can touch the CPU, just clean with alcohol before cooler install. I know I can. I don't want to clean it. I don't want to do that extra step. Backplate screw extrusions into mounting holes. You have it right. The second screw option. Yeah, I know. That's the only way it could go. Let me look here. What is this? LC 360 RGB. LC 360 RGB. LGA 1700. Just to be sure, because I mean they told me it was compatible. Rockstrix LC 360 RGB. Radiator fans LGA 1700 compatible. It must be that one. And maybe it's just like, because I know the 1700 is newer. Maybe it's newer than this radiator, so it just doesn't show it in there. I just want something to say. Because there's more than one. There's a Rockstrix LC2 360 ARGB, and that one it says is. But this, because I saw that a minute ago, I was like, oh fuck, is the 2 compatible and this one's not? And I just bought the wrong thing by accident. No, it says Asus Rockstrix LC 360 RGB white edition. It's the same thing. It's just white. All-in-one liquid CPU cooler with Aurora Sync RGB and triple ROG 120mm addressable RGB radiator fans, LGA 1700 compatible. Asus LGA 1700 ready 1210. Asus ROX C360. Extra brackets needed. For reference, I am planning to use Asus Z690-E gaming Wi-Fi. That's a version of this one. Let's see what this is. This is Reddit. You know, Reddit's always got all the answers. Trying to break into PC gaming in a few years. Do I need extra brackets to use this cooler? On a LGA 10-year motherboard for reference, I'm planning to use Asus ROX 1700 is a motherboard. PC part picker is reporting these two. However, the Newegg website suggested contact them for extra brackets, but I've had no luck finding them so far. And of course, nobody answered. Good on you guys. That's not my motherboard, but it is a Z690 motherboard. Public gamers are strict self-uses. You know, I don't have a choice. I have to use these other ones, so fuck it. I'm doing all this research. My only option is to this, so let's just fucking do it. I'm just burning fucking time right now. And I gotta pee. So, alright, let's do this shit. Fuck it, man. That's how I live life. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. I'll be right back, because I'm about to piss my brains out. Be right back, and we'll put this fucker on, and we'll either break everything or feel better on the other end. I hope it's the latter. Okay. So, close that fucker. We don't need that. Are screw threads in the motherboard? No. It's just double checking. No, it's got, let's check it out. It's, I know you can't really see very well, but right here and here, it's got the hole, like the back plate fits into those holes. It's like everything fits except for these screws. But you know what? I'm putting them, and they maybe it's what I said. Maybe this is just like an older model. I mean, it came highly rated and it said it fit. Maybe it's an older model and like the paperwork just doesn't show the 1700 working with it. I don't know. We finna find out. Let's do this shit. All right, moment of truth. Actually, the moment of truth will be when I put the pump on. Here we go. This one up here is a bit of a bitch, but these are slightly longer standoffs, so it's a little bit easier to get to it. Not much though. I really hope this fucker works and it doesn't end up like some shit like, even though it was showing that this is compatible, it's not, or something stupid like that. Ow! Something poked me. Man, fuck this thing. This is a bitch to get in here. So it's 2 o'clock in the morning my time. And I'm fucking around with a goddamn cooler. What are you guys doing? Besides watching me fuck around with a goddamn cooler. Okay, that one's on. That's the hard one. The rest of these weren't too bad. I'm really interested in running some benchmarks on this system when I get it going, because I mean, as far as I could tell, I've got about as high a top of the line stuff in it I could get. I mean, within reason. Okay, moment of truth. Here we go. And there's not really any vantage point I could get at to see. I mean, I guess I'll just be able to tell if it's loose. But it's got to be touching that CPU or it's just fucking pointless. It's not going to be doing anything, so. Trial and error, right? That's what I'm talking about, Super Guy. Worst case scenario, I put this fucker on, smears the paste all over the place, doesn't work. I have to return it, get a different one, clean the chip off. Don't want to do that. Okay. The thermal paste is on there so nice. It's on there so nice. Okay, so we're going to come in like that. Everything's lining up pretty good. Let's go. There's no like plastic or anything. So I've heard the horror stories about leaving plastic on these things. I don't see any. I think it's on there. I think I feel it. Yeah, it is. Because, yeah, see, the thermal paste is sticking to it. Fuck yeah, thank God. That was the biggest thing I was worried about, is that it wasn't going to... Shit, I'm dropping this fucking thumb screw. That it wasn't going to touch, like there was going to be a gap. Thank God. Watch, these won't tighten up enough to pull it. I'll be like, motherfucker! Okay. Man, I feel a lot better now. Woo! Unless I turn it on and the thermals are through the fucking roof because it's not working. But yes, thank you, Lord Jesus. This must be why PC... That has to be why PC Builder was saying it was compatible. I think, Super Guy, you said you checked it. On a different site, and you said it was compatible as well. So I bet that's what it is. It just needed I don't think it's like super old, but I mean, I guess they had the LC2 360 ARGB now, which I didn't see that one, or I probably would have gotten it. I got this one because actually I bought this is the cooler, or the radiator I went with, because PC Builder suggested it. Because I was kind of like, I don't know which radiator to get, and I went with it. I mean, I like that it was the ROG Strix because I was kind of going with a theme there. And that all started with the graphics card. I went with the ROG 3080 Ti because everything I looked at, because when I was researching, there's a bunch of 3080s and 3090s. I was originally looking for a 3090, and then I decided against it and go with 3080 Ti because it's the same, unless you're doing 3D modeling or something. But everything I saw said... the ROG Strix was the best overall one for the graphics cards. So I went with that. And then from there, I kind of built some of the other stuff around that. And I said, well, I like ROG or Asus and ROG Strix. So I was like, I know that they're a trusted brand, and I'm getting that for the graphics card. So I might as well get it for the other components as well. Compatibility and all, Woo! I didn't hit anything. My nuts just went up inside my fucking tank, though. I'll tell you that much when that shit happened. Jesus Christ. I did that to a phone one time. I was working on a phone, and I slipped and ripped a ribbon cable. Heart sank. All right. Let's peel this off. And there it is. Barring any issues, you check the back. Yeah, man, everything's tight. Everything's tight as a virgin up in this motherfucker. So hell yeah. Okay, cool. You know what time it is then? It's time to run some motherfucking cables. I think my friend... You can't over tighten. Yeah, I know. I wasn't over tightening. I try not to do that. I was just making sure they were snug. It's kind of like cramped in there. But we're about to do that power cable you've been asking about. So, but before we do that, I guess, let's run. We got the 2 cables that go with this one. Go ahead and put them in. Where's that? So this is for our RGB. Can't see. Shit. Cool, cool, cool. So that's going to an RGB header. And this one is going to an AIO fan? Yes. Which would be CPU output. RGB header. What are the other ones? Because I know that you want to put this one in, I think right there, CPU fan. Because you want it running, well no, those fans you want running. This is going to be for power. Thinking right there. Let me double check. Once again, kind of new to the whole cooler situation. Check flex and board. I don't know, man. Nothing. Everything's sturdy. Nothing's moving. Everything's straight. I was looking at it from the back and everything. I mean, everything's legit. Make sure I plug this in the right fucking place. Connect the AIO cooler connector to the 4-pin AIO pump or CPU fan. Aha! See, I was right. Okay, cool. So that's going to the CPU. And the other one, I think, just goes to an RGB header, right? Connect micro USB cable to AIO cooler's micro USB port, then connect the other end to a 9-pin USB 2.0 connector on your motherboard. Yeah, there's a fan header, not an RGB fan. So we'll run this up here. Let's stick this through here. Ah! Stop being a bitch. Is that CPU fan? Yes, it was. Plugging in our first cable. Oh, you guys can't even see me. Plugging in our first cable. Ladies and gentlemen. Damn. I'm gonna rip my fucking microphone off my desk. Yeah, let's just plug it in first and then we'll run that cable. This would be easier to do with the case laying down, but I'm being hard-headed. This should just slide right in, but it's got this shroud right here that comes up. You can't really see it very well in there. If I had a flashlight or something, you could. There's this shroud that just comes up, and it's purely for, I mean, it might be heat. I don't know. I think that's just purely looks. And it's just in the most inconvenient fucking place. There we go. It's just some fucking, gamer motherboard looking shit. You know, gamer shit's gotta look all edgy. And fucking yeah. Alright. There we go. Okay. So that's purty. And then we're gonna go to a USB header, which they're usually closer to the bottom, I think. I wish I did. Actually, I think I do have a flashlight. Hang on a second. Well, I had one down here. I don't know where it went. I don't feel like going upstairs, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Well, actually, the new-fashioned way. And flashlight. So USB 2.0 header, which I believe. Is that it? I think that's it right there. Oh, I can't read under it. Let's lean this back. USB E34, USB EP1E2. TV header. I don't know which one that would fall under. Let's look in our handy dandy notebook here. I'm sure they list everything. You need a headlamp. Yes, I do. Well, I got a little flashlight I use for things like this. I don't know where it is. I know I can go upstairs, and I've got a bunch of them upstairs, but I'm just don't want to. Okay, where's... Should be a board. Yeah, USB 2.0. No, I want a diagram of the board that shows me where this shit is. I don't care about the I/O. You would think Thunderbolt header, TPM header, Q-code, 8-pin power plug. TM thermal sensor header, system panel header, storage driver, CPU front panel, or RGB header, just head all over the place. USB 2.0 headers. Okay. Oh, it's both of those. Both of them are USB 2.0. So I guess it didn't fucking matter which one I hooked up. Right? Yes. Okay, so it doesn't matter either one. Hey, at least I know that I was on the right track. Oh shit, my fucking microphone. I'm gonna break this fucking microphone arm. I'm really rough with it. All right, so let's plug this bad boy up. I don't like that it just hangs down right here. Maybe I could run it along, because it's a longer cable. At least, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run it over here. I'm going to run it out the back and come back in the bottom. Because I'm extra like a motherfucker. I spend this much money, I want it to look good. And this is, I could probably fit in here, even though I know I'm going to have the... Alright, so... Let's go right here. Okie dokie, there we are. Ladies and gents. And that is everything, I think. Oh yeah, we got to plug in the 24 pin and all that. Which I can go ahead and do that because, you know, I actually got some special custom cables for that. They're actually cable extensions. So now they look yellow on camera, or maybe it's just my color blindness, but they look different in real life because I'm looking at, they're like green, very green. So these are, they actually just extend. I think I just said that, but this is what you'll see in the actual case. So we can go ahead and plug this in, and I think, how many power 8 pins do we have? Well, where's our 8-pin connector? Oh, up there we've got 2. I do want to use both of them. Alright, right on. And they can jump up through this back corner, and of course 24 pin can go through there. Right on. So this is where you guys can see it a little better, I guess. That's what we're doing here, right? 8 pin of CPU. Yeah, no, and it's got to like you don't I don't know about this motherboard in particular, but I've read that you don't have to use all of them, but hell, if you've got it, do it. Especially if you're doing overclocking, you do. I mean, I bought this monster power supply, so might as well. Both USB headers are the same. You're gonna have fun with the front panel pins. Front panel pins? What do you mean? I'm drunk for the bars. What we doing? Building a... Oh, Greg! What's up, Greg? I didn't even see your name there. My man. I'm drunk from the bars. What we doing? Building a computer. Sweet. This thing will be a beast. Baller. 8 pins. 50-50, this thing won't smoke when he starts it. Hey, you know, 50-50, that's some good odds at this point. We were having some issues with the cooler a while ago, so I'm ecstatic that that's on. He's hoping for fireworks. I am not hoping for fireworks unless they are on the computer screen. All right, so yeah, we're going here. It's our 24. Go this way, so we're gonna bend you around. I guess. See, that's odd. Well, it's not the case's fault. You want to go through there? Yeah, that probably make more sense, right? Or there. We're gonna come out of the top. Probably would have made more sense for me to plug it in first. There's that click I wanted to hear. So yeah, I got a thing for green, so you know, it is what it is. There we go. I think it looks alright. Not bad. Kind of like the black and the green, you know? I'm cool with it. I'm gonna have some green lights and shit. I mean, since I gotta have these RGBs, I might as well, I'll utilize them, make them green. We got our 8-pin. We got our other 8-pin. This is a split. Aren't they both? It's PCI. Okay. I guess we'll bring both of these up through that corner right there. You can't see it, but there's a, yeah, right there. A corner hole. And our 8 pins are right here. Well, you can't really see them, but they're right there. Very convenient spot. Very happy they conveniently put them there. Here. Oh yeah, click, clickety clackety. And here. Love it. Love that clicky sound. Should have brought this fucking. There we go. This is the best part of building a computer, by the way, is cable management. And I haven't even gotten into all the RGB shit, because at least back in the day, you didn't have to do that. Hey, you know what I didn't do? I just realized I didn't put the top exhaust fans in. That's okay. Those are easy to put in. We'll do that real quick. I was so caught up with the whole fucking radiator thing, I didn't even put those in. Maybe I should have stuck these through in advance. Oh my god, it's like so close yet so far away. Just go down. I can't push it. Yes, just go. Just go. It's right there. Ah! Yay! Ah! I unplugged my camera. Let's see if OBS picks it back up. How about that butt shot right there? Just stuck on it. You gotta love it. Let's try and Jesus. There we go. We're back. All right, so we got those through. That's good. These are going to be for the GPU, I believe. PCI, yeah, PCI slot. Link up. And that's going to be about right here. Well, it's going to be exactly right here. And the power on that thing is right here. So those are, I'm just going to kind of like hang these out right here. And they'll just kind of click. Yeah, we'll go with that. They'll just kind of chill right there. So, all right, let's throw these fans in real quick, and then we're going to start with cable management. These last couple of fans. Now, I've got 6 fans left. I went a little overkill. I overdid it with the fans. I can admit that now. But it's all good. It's all good. I think I'm going to put all the pro fans in, because I need 1, 2, 3, 4 fans. I'm going to put all the pro fans in because I just kind of like their look a little better for some reason. And then I'm going to put the one other fan, the Elite, I think it called it. What are you guys saying over here? He's up for fireworks. Yeah, panel pins are important. I think there is 3 of them. Panel pins. For like, what do you mean? You mean like the what panel pins are you talking about? Are you talking about like the headers up like for the power button and stuff like that? I don't know. Possibly. Train those cables. HDD pins, start or power pin. Yeah. And another, like a reset. I think I have a reset, power. Those are the only buttons I have. And then I have like audio, headphone, microphone, and what are these? USB. Are these 3? I think these are 3. Yeah, 3.0. Power LED. Yeah, I've got a power LED too. I was telling you to do CPU power before fans. You're welcome. Oh, you were? Well, I did it. You happy? Your F. Panel pins are the power and HDD light. Yeah, header for power button. Yeah. Gotcha. That's the ones that are like the single, if I remember correctly from back in the day, they're like 1 pin. Like, it was always like, okay, which one is which? Hopefully they're labeled better nowadays. Okay, so let's throw these last couple of fans in here, or last few fans technically. Man, that thing really, like, I'm looking at the video, it really reflects a lot. So I got my power supply behind us there, you can see it, but because I wasn't thinking about that when I said, oh yeah, we gotta do the fans. Now these should use those little stubby screws. And we're doing these as exhaust, so they're gonna be facing this way. Okay. We're gonna pull. I could put that, I could have it go out that same hole. I could probably make that happen. Yeah. So the first one's gonna be that way. The second one, of course, easily will go out that hole. Oh, wait a minute. That way, and then our last one is gonna go out there. Cool. So, yeah, we also, back in the day, cable management has always been a bitch. Now, back in the day, we didn't have to worry about it as much because most of the systems were closed. Even if they were towers, they didn't have like these glass openings, so you didn't really give a fuck. You were just kind of like wherever the shit went. But I mean, I've done some cable management with some other systems I've had as I added things and took things away, so I'm familiar enough with it. But all this RGB shit, man, it just adds a fucking extra cable to everything. Everything that has RGB, you got an extra fucking cable just for RGB, which blows me away because I'm like, I mean, I get, of course, you have to have that. in order for it to work. But I'm like, oh, if you took all the RGB out of these fucking systems, you just took all the fucking RGB out, you would like half the fucking cables back there that everybody bitches about cable management. You'd half the fucking cables if you just took the fucking RGB out. But people still just insist on having it. Now, I mean, I'm sitting here with it, so I can't really complain, but like I said, the only reason when I bought the fans, the only reason I got RGB fans is because the fans that are included with it and the fans with the cooler were RGB, and I knew it would bother me if I knew, you know, half of them are RGB, half of them aren't. I don't care if the RGB's there, but if it's there, I want it all there. I don't know, it's a thing. And we're going to use one of these Elite fans for the back. See? Fan. 2 fucking wires. One's RGB, one's fucking, whatever. The other thing. Power. And speed. Control. Variable. So what did that back one last? This is my Pro Box. No, it's Elite. So let's get some screws out of here. I think it's gonna be these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It's got like a controller, even more cables in there. I'm thinking these are just the same screws that I pulled out of those front ones, right? Yeah. Thinking I'll just reuse those. Fuck yeah, I will. My screwdriver. Alright, let's do it. Wait, before I do, what are you saying? Turn this fucking flashlight off. Your header power button, you should have. Greg said, you should have done this drunk. No, sir. I should not have. I'm happy, thank you. 3rd or 4th build drunk is okay. Yeah, 3rd or 4th build. I mean, this would probably be maybe around my 4th, but the other 3 were 20 years ago, so I don't know if they count anymore. Have you watched Kid Detective? I want to know your thoughts. I have, and I've shot a review for it. It will be coming out Tuesday. I liked it. I did like it. It's a different movie, that's for sure. I wasn't expecting that end, like how it went down, and that movie like would shift wildly between tones. Like, but it worked. You know, that doesn't always work. But like, it would go from like this dark, quirky comedy to just fucking dark, like real goddamn dark. But I liked it. I liked it a lot. I need to do more drunk builds. I feel like it would give my life channel more views. Not yet. This is the guy from the OC. Oh, that is the guy from the OC. Lights in your computer is stupid. It's in your computer. If you put lights in your computer, you should be beaten. Well, I didn't have a choice because they just came on everything I bought. The only thing I knowingly bought that had lights was these fans, and that's because I knew there were lights on everything else. And like I said, it was like, if they're not there but they're on everything else, it'll really bother me. But yeah, the whole RGB light thing, it's like lights under cars. Get the fuck out of here. But you know, I mean, who cares? But they're literally on every single other thing I bought, And you can't buy them without now. Like this motherboard, it's got fucking lights galore. The fucking GPU has lights. The cooler, I mean, the radiator has lights. The fucking memory, the RAM, the DDR5 RAM has lights. The fuck? It's everywhere. Rainbow puke, yeah. I agree. But I'm going to keep it a nice, classy, solid color. Okay. Let's go, as they say now. Well, am I going to have to... Fuck yeah, I am. I'm going to have to use those longer bolts. Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. I come in from the top, dumbass. Okay, so I'm doing exhaust, so we need to face downward. And I'm hitting the power cable. So we'll go here. I gotta stand up for this. Well, I might only be putting 2 because the power cable's in the way. I guess I could push it out of the way. Yeah, it fits. I made it work. You can't really... I don't care. Son of a bitch. Starting to remember why I stopped building PCs back in the day and why I strayed away. Alright, cool. Let's put our others in. Am I gonna have room for 3 up here? Yeah, just barely. I probably should have run these cables first. I just realized that. So, I think I'm going to try that before I put the 3rd fan in. And I am well aware, anyone who would like to go ahead and say it, you're more than welcome to, that this many fans is probably overkill. I do worry about overheating though. Alright, cool. Let's scoot these down. What am I hitting? Oh yeah, this is gonna be a bitch. I absolutely should have run this shit first. I'm gonna have to undo this one. Or at least the back. That's what I get. At least I didn't get like real far into it. And then remember, oh yeah, dumbass. I'm gonna put that fucking those cables through first. Especially with the issues I had with getting those other ones in. How about that elbow shot? Good shit, huh? Another ass shot for you. That's for the ladies, even though I don't think there's any ladies in here right now. Come on, you fucker. Thank you. Oh no, I don't like that. Coming in from the bottom. Oh, come on. Just yeah, there we go. You gotta talk to it, man. You gotta talk to it right. Don't talk crazy to your PC. Treat it like a lady. Bitch, do what I said. Get in there, cook me some dinner. Don't cook me those sloppy ass eggs. Anybody know what that's from? See how deep that stupid video knowledge goes. Alright, so this one we're gonna run. Hopefully I don't have to take it out. I got a little bit more clearance. After this, we'll be able to flip it around the back, and then that cable management side of things won't be so bad. It's mainly just like routing cables and shit. We'll have a few more that we have to like stick through and plug in, but all right, cool. I'll put this one back. Oh no! Oh shit. All right. Make room for me. I'm getting tired. Getting tired of putting this fucking computer together. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. I see light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, fuck. I did just realize something though, and I think I might have to take that back fan out again. Because I just realized to run my rear fan, the best way would be to run it through that same hole that I ran that back fan through, and I can't get to that if it's in there. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Fucking RGB cables, man. People bitch about cable management, but then they're gonna go and throw in extra fucking cables for fucking lights. Which, I mean, like I said, I'm doing it too, but I'm doing it because I didn't have much of a choice. Because everything, they're in everything. This motherfucker's gonna be loud as shit. Like when all these fans kick on, it's gonna sound like a fucking jetliner. Good thing I don't give a fuck. Cause this would be cool as fuck too. Alright, so they're all in there. Can you have too many fans? I mean, really? Can you? Really? I'm sure you can. Alright, so we're going to put this one Corsair fan as intake. Yeah, in the back. Right there. I'm actually going to mount it low. Well, lower. I'm going to mount it lower so it's not just coming in and going right out. As low as I can, at least. How about that? And mount it like that. I see a straight shot. If I could get these fucking cables to go straight, I could actually maybe make it in there without taking that fucking thing out. Let me try. Let's see how lucky I am. Oh, I got one. Can I get the other one? No! No, don't you pull that motherfucker out. Alright. Come on. It's right there. Come on, you bitch. Son of a bitch. Fuck yeah. I did it. I don't have to take that fucking fan out again. Really, that made my night. No, that fucking radiator actually fitting made my fucking night. I was really worried about that. Okay. I know you guys can't get enough of those ass shots, so, you know, I keep trying to give them to you. Oh gosh, my microphone again. I don't know why it keeps coming off like that. There are a lot of cables coming out of the back of this machine right now. It's okay though, because we're gonna add more once we put the PCU down there, or PSU. Okay, so this fucker, let's go ahead and tighten this one up. All right. So all we got to do now, what was that? All we got to do now is tighten up these fans up here. We're ready to rock. Oh, we need another bag. Just one more bag. So I have both. Let's see, what do we got here? Big anime fan. Watch Kid Detective. Not yet. That is the guy from the sea. Lights in your computer. Super Rainbow Pew. Noctua fans, best performance, worst color. What color are they? I think I bought Noctua fans because they were quiet. This is Greg. I made an unraid build that had 72 terabytes of RAM for my Plex. God damn, 72 terabytes. I got 6 terabytes in this machine, but I got spots for 4 or 5 more M.2s. So maybe I'll get up there with you at some point, Greg. No lights. Megalev hella quiet. Hello. I'm glad you liked Kid Detective. It's a hidden gem in my opinion. For real, man, I'd never even heard of that movie. I thought it was some 1990s kid movie. I was surprised. I thought it was maybe like some 1990s kids movie that was like a lot better than anybody ever thought or something. But no, it came out like 2020. I don't use Plex, but I have built several for my family. If you ever get a Plex account, I'll add you. I have a lot of movies. He does. I hear him talk about them all the time. I do use Unraid in my NAS 92 terabyte. I went, damn, 92 terabytes. Jesus Christ. So what kind of drives are all these terabytes? Are these like HDDs or these like SSDs? How much does that cost? What the fuck? How much does that cost? Or actually, Nas, you said that's like a network. So that's like virtual drives or something? I don't know. Virtual storage. 2,700 last count. Damn you, super guy. You have lots of fans. It'll probably be loud as shit. Yeah, I think so. I just bought 3 8 terabyte today to upgrade some 4 terabyte drives. So that'll be 104 in a week or so. Nice. So you have a lot of media or something. I heard I hoard data and I have a lot of media. Big anime fan. Why do you need so much space? Oh, I have some anime. Not a bucket load. Mostly DBZ, and I think that's it. Friday. I like DBZ. Friday? Like the movie Friday? Do you have like 104 terabytes worth of the movie Friday and like extra content surrounding Friday. The different cuts of it. Just the same movie over and over and over again, maybe. I like DBZ. I got a 4:3 and not that bullshit widescreen. Oh, I got the 4:3. Is that what the original aspect ratio of it? I assume, because it was... Yeah, it came out like in the 90s, right? Maybe even the 80s in Japan. So it was before they were doing widescreen. Got to keep it classy. Have you checked out Neon Genesis Evangelion? I've heard of that. I have both wide and 4:3 for DBZ. I watched some things. I haven't watched Neon Genesis. I watched some Attack on Titan. I loved it. Hey, that's the one. Is Attack on Titan's the one with the giant people, right? They're like the everybody's like living in these mega cities and the giants, the Titans, but they're like big ass naked people. Because they made a movie too, I think. I haven't seen it. If you watch on Netflix, use Japanese audio. Hell yeah, Attack on Titan's good. Final season is airing now. Never seen it. Maybe I need to check it out. I may get them once all seasons are done. Yes, you can have too many fans. You're right. Imagine a jet engine in your face. You know what? Maybe I'll turn this thing on. I'll be like, holy fuck, that's way too loud. Then I might turn it. I might take some out or disable some of them. Okay. Why a jet engine? I would die. It's hyperbole. To emphasize the point. So what anime should I watch top tier? HDD, yeah, it's class drives. Oh no, it's not it's HDD, but unraid is you give up at HDD for recovery. So I have 7 times 12 terabytes, but 1 HDD is for parity. Oh, okay. I have double parity drives. For only 92 terabytes, it's overkill for 2 parity drives. I really liked Full Metal Alchemist. Watch the Brotherhood version. That's the beauty of Unraid. I've never been like huge into anime, me myself personally. I don't have anything against it. Granted, I haven't seen all the anime in the world. I did. There was some. I'm more into like the movie side, so I can watch it and be done with it. There was a movie that I loved, and now I've never seen the Japanese original subtitle version or audio version. I had the. I bought it and it may have been on there. It had a dub, but the dub wasn't bad because it had like professional actors on it. Like Kiefer Sutherland was one of them, and some other people. But it was called. Had a weird name. Polymatrix? No. Not. I want to say Animatrix. It's not that. Armitage. Armitage Third. Polymatrix. It's like on Mars. Like people are on Mars, like the old Neo Tokyo thing, but it's on Mars. And there's this cop, and there's like androids, and it's like people fighting for like android rights and stuff like that. Are they real or are they not? One of the main characters is an android, and another character, the one that Kiefer Sutherland voiced, is like really against androids. I think they killed somebody new. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I saw it. I imported it. I don't have it anymore. I think I lost that in my divorce. By lost, I mean she took all my shit. But they like he's really against it, and of course he gets in some accident, and he ends up half of his he's got android parts in him now, and I think she was an android or a full partial android, kind of like an Alita situation, but she gets pregnant. Somebody figures out how to get androids pregnant. And it goes real deep like that. I don't know, it was really cool. I really like that one. Gurren Lagann is also awesome. Ergo Proxy. I don't know. I like the Studio Ghibli stuff. And I hate saying that because I know that's like all trendy to say now. But I've always liked their shit. Like Spirited Away is fucking amazing. I know that's like very well known and all that, but it is what it is. Like Howl's Moving Castle. And there was another one, Princess Mononoke. I really liked that, and that was before Spirited Away. Spirited Away was the one that really got that that studio into like the popular zeitgeist as far as like over here in America. But before that, Princess Mononoke I always thought was really cool. I still do. I watched that probably like a year ago again. Still just as good. I'll have a hot, as far as, here's a hot take for you as far as anime goes. Because like I said, I don't hate it. I'm not as, I had a lot of friends that were really into it, but I haven't watched all of it. I mean, I don't love all of it. It's like any other medium, any other genre, if you will. Some of it I like, some of it I don't. But there's probably one of the most popular animes around, movie-wise, and I just can't get into it. I'm going to be watching it again probably in the next few months for my series, and that would be Akira. I just can't get into it. I've tried. I tried a lot. I've watched that movie multiple times. I haven't watched it in years, so maybe I'll appreciate it more now, because I've run into quite a few movies like that where, like, and I guess shows too, just narratives that, like, at first, when I first saw it, maybe I was just in the wrong place, a different place in life or something. I didn't care for it, but then like years later I'll watch it and I enjoyed it. So maybe Akira will be like that, because I've heard so many people talk about how cool it is. Ghost in the Shell, I like that one. Before it was a Scarlett Johansson movie. I've heard Cowboy Bebop is good, and I know I'm talking about a lot of like well-known mainstream ones, but you know, that's what you hear about. I know Netflix made a Cowboy Bebop movie, and I know that one's really popular. I've never seen it. I'm not gonna lie, they made a show, and it got canceled after the first season. The show, the little promo I saw for it looked interesting. I was like, yeah, I kind of want to see that, because I like sci-fi, and it just had a vibe. I thought it looked pretty cool. I don't know. I know fans were very divisive on it. All right, fans are all on. Speaking of fans, so besides the GPU that will be getting installed in a day or two, because, you know, fuck UPS, we're ready to swing this bitch around to the back. Now there is one thing. We have one more thing to install besides wires, which is pretty easy. Of course, the PSU. Now there's something about this, and you two gentlemen that are in here now with your computing knowledge can answer something for me. I think I already know the answer, but I'm going to get you guys' opinion on it. I'm going to show you something interesting here concerning this GPU. Jesus, look at all that. Now this GPU, it's a big boy, is the ROG Strix M0021. Wait a minute, nope. I was reading it backwards. The ROG Strix Thor 1200 watt. This will do everything I need. It'll power everything I need for overclocking and otherwise. It should be everything I need to do. So my question is, okay, let me switch. So this thing has an LED readout on it, which is neat. It gives you all kinds of like information and stuff, as you'll see here, right there. Pretty neat. Of course, this lights up too, but I don't give a shit about that. But it's got this LED readout that gives you information about your power consumption, power supply, all that. This is right side up. See? In the back, right side up. All the wording is that way. And that is your LED. Problem is, that's not a problem really. I mean, that fits. If I put it in the system, I will be able to see that LED, right? Everything looks good. Now, it's clearly they knew that you could mount it either way, because if you flip it over, the other side, which the LED is not on, is right side up as well. So they knew you could, whatever orientation. So you're like, what's the problem, right? That's right side up. It's going to go in the system. The problem is right side up, the way that you can see the LED, I mean the digital readout, the fucking fan's on top. And per, I don't know, 99% of all cases, the grill, you know, the exhaust where the fan would go through is in the bottom. So I would have to mount it this way. And if I mount it this way, of course, because of this stuff, the LED, which actually is over here, I'm looking at the camera as I do this. First of all, it's upside down. I don't really, I mean, yeah, I'd like it to be right side up, but it's upside down. But it's facing the fucking wires, the back side of the, I won't be able to see it. It's going to be closed up. So I know, from what I know, this should be facing down towards, as you see, well, you probably can't see it very well here, but you know, you've got your grill here. So it should be facing down to blow all the air out, of course. But if I do that, here's the fan. That puts the LED or the screen, the digital screen, facing back here. And when I put the back plate on it, you're not gonna be able to see it. So from this side, now I will show you this. From this side, the side you see, we've got this cutout here. You've got this cutout here, which would fit that perfect. Oops, sorry. You'd be able to see that perfectly. I mean, hell, look. That's perfect. You got the screen, your readout and everything. This is all glass. You know, that's how it's designed to go that way. But why the fuck is the fan facing up? Now, I mean, I'll light this up. Let me turn my little flashlight on here. As you can see, it's probably kind of hard to see, but you got cutouts. I mean, it's not like totally closed off. You got a hole here, you got a hole here, and there's, you can see the fan. And then, you know, for your, if you're going to put SSDs right here, which I'm not, they're going to be mounted on the back. This is going to be just like this. Of course, the GPU is going to be here. I'm not going to put that HyperCard in because I don't have a need for it right now. Worst case scenario, I'll install a HyperCard right here, probably about, I don't know, 1 3/4 to 2 inches above this. There's another PCI slot here. I doubt I will ever use that. And who knows, maybe a capture card one day, but I doubt I'm ever going to use that. So, I mean, I will have space between probably there and there. There will be open space, and I do have these cutouts here. There will be some area for the exhaust to get out, but there is a pretty solid plate here that is going to be blocking a lot of that, which that makes me, I want to mount it this way because I want to see this thing, because it's there. I mean, why not? But then I'm kind of scared too, because I'm like, is that going to restrict airflow for this thing? Especially with all these fucking fans I've got, and I'm going to fuck with airflow down here. I don't know. What do you guys say? What do you think? What do you think I should do? Because I'm kind of perplexed as to why they would design it that way when the, I'd say 95, at least 95% of cases that would have any open side, it is the left side that's open. And the exhaust is down, not up. So why did they make it this way? I don't know. Does it not really matter? Couldn't tell you. You guys let me know. What do you think? Let's see what you're saying over here. Because, I mean, my brain tells me put that shit facing down because that just, you know, that makes sense, but it doesn't make any sense why they did it this way. Let's see. Speed run rate. Jacob, have you seen Ex Machina? Yes, actually, Ex Machina. Wait, the movie Ex Machina or the? Because I think, yeah, the movie Ex Machina. I've seen that. Isn't there an anime? Because you were talking about anime. There's an anime that's Ex Machina or Machina. I don't know, but yeah, I've seen Ex Machina. Ex Machina was really good. Tototoro. I don't know. I guess it's an anime. It sounds like a Ghost in the Shell. Akira is an adaptation of the first and 10th parts of a 10-part manga series. Yeah, that's why it's in my comic book movie review series that I'm working on currently. Only reason Akira is considered a masterpiece is because there were hundreds of anime artists and the number of detail on everything will never be replicated. It's mostly for the attention. Rehash. Wait, that's the power supply and not the GPU? Yeah, that's the power supply. The GPU is 30 minutes from here in Montgomery, and it has still not been delivered. I doubt they're going to deliver it tomorrow, so I'll probably have it Monday. I went ahead and did the build, though, because, I mean, the GPU putting that in is what? You just fucking click and plug these in. I mean, I've got like a little stand thing that might help. You're looking at a 5-minute situation at most, and that's if I take my time with it. So I just said, fuck it, let's go do everything else, and then I'll just plug the GPU in when I get it. Yeah, GPU's in the mail. Put the fan up, LOL. See, I don't know. I feel weird about that. Fan is meant to go down, but you can't orient it either way. Yeah, I know, but I'm more worried. I'm not as worried about like the orientation. I know it because I've got so many fans in here that I feel like any extra heat that's put in here, it's going to go out. I'm going to be able to take. I'm not worried about the heat exchange going on here. I'm worried about this plate. I mean, yeah, I'd say out of the area that is covering the PSU, I'd say that PSU comes to about right there. Actually, it comes to exactly right there. Probably 2/3 of it is covered, maybe even slightly more. So you got about 1/3 of it open. Now, I mean, it is above the fan. I'll give it that much because that's the fan. So every opening is at a part of the fan. But damn. Fans meant to go down, but you can. Yeah, fans on top to get the heat out. Don't mount fan on bottom, please. LOL. Are there mesh on the PSU shroud? Yes. Oh, on the shroud? No, not on the shroud. On the bottom, like facing downward, there is. There's exhaust and there's a mesh and like a filter. Fan should be up to get the heat out. I agree, but I'm just worried about this plate. The plate right here is what worries me about. Like, is the heat going to just, is it going to rebound a lot of heat and overheat the PSU? Excuse me. I'm more worried about, because it is in this enclosure here. Fuck, that fucked my voice up. Is that going to cause an overheating problem for it? Fan on top will be fine. Okay. Look at the case. Is there a vent? Yeah, the vent's on the bottom right here. It's right here. Now, I mean, the back of it's vented too. The back of as you see right here, this is the actual PSU. That's not you can see. It's vented too, so I guess it could shoot some out. But the actual fan is pointing up and hitting this. I mean, you've got these 8 holes that are for SSDs, if you wanted to mount them. I know they're hard to see in this current light. And then you got these 2 big holes for running wires, but I don't know. That shit just kind of scared me. On top will be fine. Look at the cases. It has those holes on the back of the shroud. What is the power supply on the bottom? Yes. Power supply is right there. Fan pulls air in, so air from inside case will be fine. Super guy fan pulls hot air out, not cool air in. Exhausted out the back. Actually, the exhaust is out the top. This is cool. This is inward. The three on the front are coming in. This one on the back is coming in. The three up top are coming out. Heat rises, all that. And everything I saw as far as fans go, they said you want neutral. You want perfect world. You have neutral pressure, which would be, you know, equal in, equal out. But apart from that, if you have an uneven amount of fans, which I do, then you want positive pressure, which is, you know, maybe one more in, one more or one less out. So I've got 4 in, 3 out. Exhaust out the back. Not a full adaptation of Kira, so that might be why you don't like it. That might be it. I'm confused. Is the power supply on the bottom? Yes, it is. My current rig has the fan up pulling from case. Oh my god. So the power supply is on the bottom. Then there must be space. Then in this weird ass situation, then you're supposed to put the fan on bottom. This is a dumbass design. Well, I mean, most cases now, the power supply is on the bottom. That's, you know, I remember, you know, back in when I was building back in the day, they were up here, they're in the back corner. But nowadays, most of them are down here. I'm fine with that, but since they are down here, they typically are blowing downward, which, admittedly, when I sit here and think about it, you're, you know, blowing down. Even if it is blowing straight down, it's just, if it's going to rebound off of this, it's going to rebound off of this, and you're still getting heat collection there. So honestly, this would probably be better because I will have air being sucked out of the case. So this probably actually would be better. The holes cutouts in the shroud are sufficient to pull air. That's what I was thinking. PSU fan exhaust out of back. Yeah, and that I saw that. It's got, you know, that's what I was talking about a minute ago. It's got that there. So I'm going to mount it this way because I did see another build because I watched something about this PSU and they talked about that very thing and they had the same question. They were like, "Fuck, I don't which way to fucking go." So but I've always thought exhausting out the bottom was odd because what are you're looking at, what, a half inch here, maybe probably 3/4 inch there, and you're just going straight into like something because your computer's always sitting on something, be it a table, carpet, a wheel. Like mine's on a cart. You know, it's going to be hitting something. So either way, if it's hitting this or if it's hitting that, at least when it's hitting this, it's got somewhere to escape even further and be sucked out. So I guess, yeah, that makes sense. PSU fan exhaust out a little bit. Okay, yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to mount it this way. Okay, so now I have this, as you can see, I have this hard drive tray right here I can take out. I don't need to. I mean, it's not taking up any space. But on the flip side of that, that would give me some more space to... I'm going to take it out because that would give me some more space to stuff my wires and stuff like that. Where the hell did I put my screwdriver? Oh, there it is. Probably should have done this before made this decision before I put the motherboard in. But whatever. No biggie. It's just 2 screws. Now this one does have this weird thing going on where I could take them, but the furthest side, which you'll see over here, the final time I turn this thing, because it's getting heavier and heavier. Oh, I gotta take the screw out of the bottom too. Please nothing fall out. But the other wall of this cage is actually pop riveted in. It doesn't really matter because it's way over there. I mean, that's fine. That'll just kind of keep things a little bit more tidy, I guess, but there, so I got that out. I mean, if for whatever reason I ever needed some type of housing, I could just put that back in. But that gives me this whole open space right here to have my cables coming off my PSU and also to stuff any extra cables. So let me pull this out for now. Because we got to plug, it's a modular, so we got to plug everything in. Oh no, cable. Probably should have thought that through a little better. So let's get our bag of fucking cables. Where the hell is it? I forgot where I put it. How you missed that fucker? I don't know. Oh, there it is. I got shit everywhere. Keep your shit off the floor. Yeah, there's shit all over my floor right now. I'm gonna have to put all this shit back, like put my room back together. It's not really that bad, I guess. Alright, so let's see. I think this is just like ties and straps and shit. Ooh, they got these little cable management things. That's pretty neat. And that's for the back. We got Velcro straps. We got zip ties. Alright, cool. I got more of that shit too. Now, let's see which cables we're going to need. That's going to be to mount. Set those there. Alright, that is GPU, I believe. PCI. And I think the 3080 uses 2, maybe 3. I know it only requires... I think it has an extra one that it does not require. So is this PCI? This PC... Oh, that's CPU. That's one of the 8 pins. That's an 8 pin. Is that my second 8 pin? Yep. That's the 24. That. This is another PCI, so, right? Yeah. So that will... Well, why is that one all braided and that one's not? Guess you only get one nice one. It doesn't matter, they're going to this anyway. Hang on. Oh, I got 2 nice ones right there. It came with 3. Fuck yeah, that means I can use 3 if I need. Came with fucking 4? It's like the cables get cheaper and cheaper with the PCIs as they go. I honestly don't know what the fuck that is. This is... Damn, lots of PCI. Well, those are all fucking PCI cables. And this is some weird shit. I think this is for like... power or something? No, that would go straight to the motherboard. I don't know what that is. We'll set that aside. We'll figure that out in a few minutes. I don't think I'm gonna need that. Whoa. SATA? No, I don't think I need those. I need SATA for the 2.5 drive. I don't think I need 2 sets of them. Don't need that unless something uses, I don't know, maybe something, I don't think anything uses these power. I think it's all, we'll find out. I don't know if I need any of those. I didn't see, oh, SATA power came with a motherboard, that's right. Because it goes to the motherboard. Set those aside. All right, so I know that I need, these two are going here. This one's going there, of course. Let's go ahead and hook these up, because we know we need those. Okay, so this is our 24 pin. Right? Yeah. These two. And oh shit, this fucker's heavy. It squashed my balls. Ta-da! We got data. Or control. Okay, this is going to be any of these? I think, yeah, PCI. Start over here. Oops. Okay, that one is for the addressable RGB. That one that I didn't know what the cable was for, that's what it's for. Now we know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. These two are powering the motherboard. Which once again, I think I said this earlier, my understanding is that for regular, just if I was just going to run this regular factory right out the box, one is enough. However, if I want to do any overclocking, which I do, I need both. Don't these click back together? Oh. Hey, I'm doing something wrong here. Is this not my 8-pin? It is an 8-pin. Okay. It's getting kind of worried there. Well, I guess I just didn't try the right configuration. Okay, so then I know I need 2 of these. We're gonna go with these big cattywampus ones for the GPU. I'm going to go ahead and hook it up even though it's not here. I guess it doesn't really, does it really matter? I mean, these are just braided cable coverings. I mean, they're both, oh, okay. Aha. These have the pigtails, the other ones do not. That's what it is. Do both of them? Yeah, they both got the pigtails. I think, shit. Yeah, fuck it, we're gonna do it this way. If I gotta come back, I will. I think my only issue I'm worried about is if I run into that GPU has 3 PCI slots. I got plenty more. I got 1, 2, 3, I got 4 more in cables, so I guess I could make it work. I mean, the pigtail's nice because you can, but I've heard the pigtail's not as good if, like, when it comes to, especially with like overclocking and everything with your graphics card. The pigtail is not as good an option as just having a dedicated other cable. So there. All right, I know I need 1 SATA. Go ahead and put that in. Now, as far as the RGB, we need to look at, I don't know what the fuck all you need for that shit. What powers that? I guess we're about to find out when I put these two controllers in here. You gotta get them out of the bag. And the SATA goes into the SATA IDE Molex. Molex, that's what that was called. I was trying to think of earlier, that the OG power cable for like hard drives and stuff. Okay. So I'm going to shove this in here for now. I like doing that. To kind of get it out of the way. Throw those down there. Move all this shit. So we can get a little bit of order going on here. Bleh. What are you guys saying? For fuck's sake, it's almost 4 in the morning. Knowing is half the battle, the other half blue lasers and red lasers. I think if you put your rig on the carpet that hugs that vent and doesn't let the heat out, put it on top, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, mine is on the floor, but I have like this cart thing it sits on that like is made for a tower, and it like holds it in place or whatever. It's because I have carpet down here, and I didn't want to sit it on carpet, but I don't want it sitting on my desk either. I've got like tons of shit on this desk. Got lights and fucking cameras and monitors galore, and just all my other shit too. My fucking coffee warmer. I need room for that. Take it out. A lot of laptops would overheat if you put it on a rug or blanket because vent was on the bottom. Keep your shit off the floor. Oh, I do. I don't have my shit on the floor. If you want to get hit in the feels, good anime is Your Lie in April. I'll add it to my list. Is it a movie or Anohana, the flower she saw? Is it a South Korean movie? I like South Korean movies. Both 13 episode series. I like Sassy Girl. Please teach me English. I have not gotten into South Korean movies yet. FLCL is short and crazy. South Korean movies are really good. Oh man, watch Memories and Murder. Memories of a Murder. Jake reviewed it upon my recommendation. And The Wailing, he's reviewing it this month. I'm watching that this week. Obviously, Parasite and Train to Busan are good. And Old Boy, don't forget Old Boy. As far as like the well-known ones. And also, is Battle Royale South Korean? Or is that Japanese? I can't remember. Good movie either way. I've seen Train to Busan and Parasite. Oh, Peninsula, but not Parasite. Knowing is half the battle. Zombie Deer. Wasn't that in Peninsula? Parasite is classic. It's on my watch list. Parasite is really fucking good, man. Like, no shit. That is one of those ones that got hyped up, and it truly is really good. You got 200 movies on my watch list. I completely understand. I'm somewhere up there, too. I just got Licorice Pizza on my Plex. I need to watch. I watched that movie. It's an interesting movie. If you like Paul P.T. Anderson, you'll probably like it. Avoid pigtails. Yeah, I'm not the pigtails. It's just that they don't. It doesn't make sense. To me, as far as pigtails, you're dividing up whatever it is that you have going through that. You're dividing it up. I need to watch it though. Pigtails. That's a new one. Pigtail Cables. Oh, all right. Pigtail's the newest Nick Cage flick. You mean Pig? I saw American Old Boy. No, I didn't hate the American Old Boy as much as some people. But it's nothing compared to the original Old Boy. Man, that movie's really fucking good. I think Battle Royale is Japanese. That's what I thought. I got some good Japanese movies too, but they're more gory. Battle Royale is not gory. Yeah, Battle Royale is Japanese because it's got that one actor in it, and he is Japanese. Yeah, you're right. That's what I thought. That's why I said, isn't that Japanese? Yeah, it's Japanese. All right, let's get back to these fucking cables because I got to go to bed soon. Oh, bye. Okay. So, yeah. This is a fucking mess. I probably should have done the RGB shit first to get it out of the way. But, we're here now. So this is top and back fans. This clusterfuck is the front fans, which there are 6 of. That goes with those. More fan shit. Start cramming some of these in here for now. I'll come back to routing them better. But I sure am glad I took that hard drive bay out. This is just going to go to about right there, so I don't need all that length. Now, yes, I'm going to run this better than this, but for now, just trying to get it out of the way so I can work with this shit. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, gentlemen. Or ladies and gentlemen, whoever's all here. I'm probably going to forego all the RGB shit tonight and fans. I know it's not all RGB, it's fans too. And hook that up tomorrow. Because all it is these, for those, if anybody's watching who's never done this, it's really just hooking these controllers in and finding a spot to mount them, and then just fucking putting the fans in order. That's it. That's all this is. There's nothing really to it. It's more tedious than anything, sitting here trying to figure out, okay, this goes to that fan, this goes to that one, and it's 1, 2, 3. So that's really not, I mean, I don't think you're missing out on anything there. The PC, besides the GPU, which is not here until Monday, unfortunately, but the PC is more or less built. I'm going to mount, I guess I'll go ahead and mount the, well, I'm not going to mount the PSU just yet. There's the screws for it because I might need to pull it out to kind of move this shit around. But yeah, there it is. I guess I could, I mean, I still gotta, fuck, here's all my, I could run this shit. This needs to go in here. I think it might need to go in the top one. This is, what is this? That's fans, that's fan shit. This is, this is all like USB. I bet that's the 3.0s. That's HD audio. That's going right there. So this is audio. This is the 3.0. And that is all fans. Yeah, I gotta run. I guess I'll run these through real quick. Probably gonna undo. They got like cable tie or like twisty ties on this. I'm gonna redo that with some straps. That's not really something you guys want to watch. I do need to run. There it is. My SATA power. Or not power, but SATA to the motherboard. Which as of right now, I only need one. I've got 3. But I'll keep those. Wait. No, I want this one. Well, no, I don't need that one because it's going to be coming straight in. Right? But yeah, actually, I do like this one better. It's got like a little hook thing going on too. Look at that. And where's my my SSD's nuts? There it is. 4 terabyte, which I know you gentlemen that are in here right now, you got like 5 billion terabytes and stuff like that in your system. So you're like, huh, what's 4 terabytes? Well, it's a lot for me. Why is this not plugging in? There we go. Ah. And she's going to mount right here. And there it is. I mean, it ain't pretty yet. Like I said, I still gotta manage them cables and all. But I mean, that's basically it, guys. Got pretty lights and fans. I just got to connect, and I don't think anybody wants to sit here. I honestly don't want to do that tonight at this point because it's already 4 in the morning. But I just got to figure out, like, you know, which fan this goes to, which fan that goes to. Put them in order on those controllers. I'll have 2 controllers and fucking done. And then oh yeah, I was gonna plug in the power shit. Which I would typically lay it down to do this, but I've got so many wires coming out of the back of it right now. It's like, I don't know about that. So let's see, where's our USB 3? I think that's it right there. Pretty sure that is it. Oh wait, no, is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, there it is. UJ, whatever. That's your USB 3. I need more slack. Had to undo one of their, you know, bread bag twisty ties they had going on. But this one here, this funky looking connector, that is what your USB 3 plugs into. And then SATA. Where are you at? Where are you at? It's hiding from me. Well, I guess I'll have to look at the shit, it usually sticks out. Where is it? Huh, for some reason I can't find it, but that's cool. Okay, so up here, I think that's our, no, this is our, where all our power, these are gonna go. We got, and they're all labeled. We got power LED, reset switch, HDD light, power LED plus, power SW. I can't read some of this shit though, so I'm probably gonna have to refer to the manual before I can actually read which pin is which. They go right there. I'm pretty sure. Because they're not up there. It's a... Yeah. Or maybe right there. No, it's right here. They go right here. But I don't know which goes which. Because I can't read. It's. I think that they're labeled on there, but I cannot read what that says. My eyes aren't good enough. So I'm going to have to refer to the manual. Which I'm going to do that tomorrow. Because I'm getting tired. And I'm tired of doing this. But it's more or less done, everybody. I mean, that's your PC build right there. All that is left, the only thing I haven't done besides, of course, the GPU, which just slots in right there. I mean, it literally slots in. You put 1 to 2 screws here, depending on the mounting, and you plug these 2 into it, and that's it. That is the GPU. That's all it's waiting on. Installing a GPU is nothing. So I'll be doing that as soon as I get it in. But yeah, all I have left to do is to route all these fans to those little junction boxes that go in the back. I just screw in this PSU, and the only reason I haven't done that is because I'm still routing all the cables in the back and you know, pretty up the cables in the back, put the panels all back on, and she'll be ready to go once I get that GPU. And then I just gotta, the fun really begins, because then I have to start, I gotta put an OS on it, get all the drivers, and yada, 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 all that fun shit. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know what a $7,000 PC looks like? Minus one of its most expensive components. There! It's beautiful. It will look prettier. I'll probably, on a stream later this week, after I've got everything squared away with it, after it's prettied up a good bit, I'll probably throw it out there. And some of these cables I may end up rerouting a little bit just to make them prettier as I go along. But I'll put it on, I'll display it in all its glory once it's completed on a stream one night later this week so you guys can see it. And I know Super Guy and Greg will be eagerly awaiting all the pretty lights that it will emit. I'm honestly curious as to how loud it's going to be with all those fucking fans. Because while, yes, it has 1, 2, 3, 4 intakes and 3 outs, that makes you say, okay, that's 7 fans, right? No. Greg, I don't think you were here yet. But my man Super Guy got to see it. This thing actually has 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 fans installed. Because I have a fan on either side, well, on either side of the radiator times 3. So one's pushing, one's pulling. So yeah, 10 fucking fans. I've still got 2 fans I could use somewhere. If I had a spot I could put them, I'd put them on there. But I am curious to see how loud this fucking thing's going to be once it boots up and these fans just like kick into fucking overdrive. It's going to be something else. Maybe it ends up being overkill and I end up turning some of those fans off. We'll see. Let's see. What are you guys saying here before I get out of here? Bleach. I mean, Pig. I saw American Old Boy. I think Bleach live action is pretty good. I also plan to watch Rurouni Kenshin live action films. Yeah, anime is intimidating. I got so many I want to watch, but it's intimidating. Without the GPU, it's not going to be alive. I mean, technically it could be. I mean, I could turn it on and it would come on. I mean, in a perfect, hopefully, hopefully right now, technically I could plug it in and turn it on and it would come on. None of the fans would come on because none of them are plugged in, but everything else is plugged in and good to go. And it'd run off, it'd be no GPU, it'd run off straight CPU, but it could turn on. But no, yeah, I know. It's not going to. I'm not even going to turn it on until I get the GPU. We need it all prettied up. So as soon as I get the GPU, it will be ready. I'm just going to click, click, click. Good to go. Just pick something interesting and try it out. I understand some long-running shows like DBZ and One Piece are too much if you aren't already a fan. No screen without a GPU. I do have Demon Slayer in my line of sight. That's what I'd like to try because I know that was really big last year for movies to watch. And have you ever seen The Happiness? This is not anime, but it's a it may be Japanese, but it's called The Happiness of the Kakurasans. I think it is Japanese. It's a musical. It's a Japanese musical. Japanese horror-ish fantasy musical. The movie's fucked up, but I love it. It's hard to find. Is that big boob lady who likes her friend? What is that big boob lady who likes her friend? What is that? Wait, I missed something. Yes, Demon Slayer does standard shonen the best. So well paced. If you like Kirika Sokokodo, check out Usagi Drop. Very cute. Is that okay? USB 3.0 is blue. Heyo, what's up, Envy? Envy does it. I like that. Over on Twitch, my YouTube friends. Super Guy, second season of Demon Slayer just ended. Wow, it was good. I'll definitely check it out. Watched Death of a Telemarketer. Heard it was forgettable. It was okay. Yeah, I mean, it is fairly forgettable. I mean, while you're watching it, I guess it's okay. It's not like, wow, this is the greatest movie ever, but I mean, there's a lot worse movies you could watch. I like the guy, I can't remember his name. The guy from New Girl. I like him. I think he's funny. And Haley Joel Osment and Jackie Earl Haley. They were interesting in it. Yeah, I said it wasn't very good. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. I wouldn't pay for it. That was forgettable, if I remember. Yeah, it is. It's fairly forgettable. There's about 3 hours worth of work left to do before OS. Yeah, with all the cable management, possibly. Probably, honestly. I could probably knock it out in less than 3 hours. But yeah, I'm looking at 3 hours of tedious fucking work. Like cable management and all that, and moving this and there and all that. But like the big stuff, the building part of the PC is done. Not yet. Happiness of the Kurkasans, I think is what, I can't remember how you pronounce it, but I'll have to look it up. I'll look in my next stream. I'll try to remember to get the name the way it's spelled. Happiness of the Katakuras. Yeah, the Katakuras is pretty good. Yeah, Happiness of the Katakuras. I've got the DVD. I honestly don't know if it's official or not. It's actually pretty popular. Yeah, I've loved that movie for years, man. That movie is fucking bonkers. It is fucking insane, but it's awesome at the same time. It's crazy. All right, gentlemen, that's the end of the chat there, and that is the end of the stream. I think I'm going to go get some rest for a couple hours, maybe till about, I don't know, 7 or 8. Get up and probably, yeah, I got a lot of other shit I got to do around the house. Fuck. Tomorrow's supposed to be a video release day. I will release a video tomorrow, but it will probably be later in the day because I've got one that's mostly edited. It probably needs about an hour of TLC. Not even that. Honestly, yeah, 45 minutes to an hour and I'll be done with it. Render it, throw it out there. So yeah, it'll be later in the day, but I have one coming tomorrow. Of a good movie, actually. A really good movie that's not out yet. It's coming. I saw it. I had an opportunity to see it at the film festival a few months back, and I decided not to see that, and I went and saw something else at the film festival, and that was a mistake, because this movie's really fucking good. So check out my review of said movie tomorrow. It's a Shudder movie that they let me get a screener of. But alrighty, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight, giving me some advice, some of which I took, some of which I did not. Like the 5 million fans I have. Sounds like you've done for the night. See ya until next time. Can't wait to see your revival for my review for Kid Detective. Yeah, that'll be it's slated for Tuesday. It's already shot, and I'll probably edit it tomorrow. It'll be on Patreon before it's on YouTube, at least a day early, if not more. I'll have it up on Patreon at least on by Monday, and it will be out either Tuesday or Wednesday, most likely Tuesday. That's what it's slated for right now. And bye. Have a good one, Super Guy. Until next time, you too, Greg. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Keep it real. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.